Hello, everybody. I'm trying to show off my hair. Well, let's get him next to me. Hi, everybody. I'm back. Good news. Finally, arrest. I'm sure you guys already are aware of it. I was following it yesterday. I just, oh, hold on. I gotta change my audio. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I gotta change my audio. Wow. Okay, sure. Okay, now am I back to the right audio? I had the wrong mic on. I was probably sounding really echoey. Is it better now? I know. I accidentally had them. Come on, Bubba, come up. I accidentally had that. You could see a part of them. Um, it defaulted to his mic. So that's what that was. I'm glad I noticed that before. I'm sure somebody would have said something, but it might have taken me a while. And that mic suck, and it's way over there, so it would be way over there. It would be he's here, he's down there. He'll probably end up going over in the bed. All right, so 1 second. I just wanted to double check, make sure it was where I wanted it to be. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me put me up first. There we go. Anyway, yay. Okay, we're normal sounding. Cheers, everybody. So wow. It still makes me a little bit nervous though. So I'm sure you guys have if you guys aren't aware, David, DV4D wait, D4VD finally has been not charged but arrested for the murder. They still have to get a probable cause affidavit cleared with the DA and the judge and stuff. So it still has to be like accepted or whatever you call it. I know I'm not saying the right legal terms, but that's going to happen Monday. So let's hope. Which kind of makes me nervous because that means they don't really have as strong of a case as you think. I mean, if it was really very strong, the dude, he would have been indicted. And the fact that how many months passed and they had witnesses come up and they still nothing, and then the DA ended up arresting him. Not the DA, the cops ended up arresting him, but it was through like the DA, and they gotta still have to go through probable cause. But anyway, so let's go. Let me get my earphones on and let's why are you saying wait, Arwen? Let me quote the exact quote because it's I think I'm not good at word. Here, let me turn on my headphones. Okay. So, yeah, so it's not a sealed deal yet, but it's good they arrested him. So they do feel here's the thing. They do feel confident enough that it's going to get accepted. I feel like the probable cause because they did arrest him. So they got to present it and then but my point is I don't think I think it will go through and they'll charge him. I do think they'll have probable cause. But that means for the trial, is it going to be like kind of not a very strong case? But I still think, you guys, don't worry. I still really think that if it goes to trial, I do think the jury, I think it'll be strong enough that the jury's going to find him guilty. I do. So, you do, beautifully broken? Really? Whoa. Okay. So let's go through all the stuff. I wanted to show the house. So if you guys have seen it, was Sandra Bullock's old house that he was staying in. How crazy. He's been in LA the whole time. And everybody was thinking he was in Texas. Why do I feel like that as this case unfolds and now we're going to actually find the truth, we're going to hear what they found. Why do I feel like it's not going to be what everybody has thought? Like about time of death. Why do I feel like I mean the first thing in it is he was in LA the whole time. I don't know. Why do I feel like it's gonna surprise us and it's gonna be like how well, I guess some people do think it happened closer to before he went on tour, but I guess the go-to that everybody's going to is the Reddit. Reddit people. Reddit people have been preaching most of them think it's happened, either in springtime or January. But watch us find out that it was not too long before he went on tour. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so let's start. I want to go through the house tour. Let's play. I want to start. Let's play all the videos that have surfaced um, for his arrest, and I think there'll be more to come because I mean, think about it. That was a big stir. I mean, that was loud. People were hearing it. There's got to be more people that recorded his arrest. Um, I don't think no, he has no bail yet, Adele. They said no bail. He's being held without bail. But of course, his attorneys are going to go through the process to try to get bail. They'll have a court hearing, I'm sure, soon to try to ask the judge for bail. I don't think they will, though. I don't think they'll put a bail on. I don't think he'll be able to if these charges stick. But that's just my opinion. Just my opinion. Well, no, but Arwen. That no, it doesn't. Are you sure about that? Because why it didn't the brother say July? I thought the springtime death didn't match what the family said. The family, at least the brother had said he talked to her that she was in contact up until some July sometime. So that's why I think that's why some people hold on to that because it's like, well, if the family's right, it would she would have died sometime in July. From what everything I've learned about it, I mean, maybe there's been new things that came out that I wasn't aware of, but from everything that I've researched on the family was saying more July. Because the brother had said that she was in contact with people up until, or him and family up until July something. Remember? I mean, let me know if I'm SF confirmed what. Oh, maybe a different member of the family. I know the brother had said it was sometime in July because they said like a couple weeks before he left for tour or something like that. I'll have to go back and find his uh those emails or those messages he had communication with somebody, remember? So maybe there's another family member that said April. I keep thinking about the brother that said July. Uh so I don't know. I don't know what I think. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna have to wait. Okay, so let's start with I kind of put all these together in my editor here. Just like all the different people that the arrest stuff that TMZ put out. So let's start with that. There was a video on TikTok is just wait, what is it? Justice Media, I think her TikTok was. She put subtitles on that one where he's like talking to the cops and they're talking about getting a dog on him. She actually put subtitles. So I want to watch that. That's a good one because you could follow more what's being said. Hold on, let me put this in really quick, real quick. Let's just start with this. And we are going to go through the house too. Don't worry. I know that's what my title said. I'll probably put that more in the middle of the video. I'm just going to kind of go through everything that I wanted to go over. Um, it's good news though, guys. This is really good news. When I heard it last night, I'm like, oh my God, I just was looking up his. I keep forgetting his real name is not spelled with a 4. I keep getting like when I'm looking up his records and stuff, I keep getting like rejections. I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh my God, I spelled it with a freaking 4. Oh lordy. Okay, so let's just start here. Hold on, let me share my screen. I'm just gonna start from the beginning. Yes, it's definitely good news. Because I do think they feel confident enough that they're gonna hopefully Zeke moves over there. He's laying right beside me, but I do think they feel confident enough, you know, that they're gonna be able to get it fine. And then we'll have a trial. I'm actually kind of glad it happened this way because things will be more public. If it went through the grand jury, everything would have more been more private. So it's actually kind of good that it's happening through the DA in this way because it'll be more public. Now, LA is not a very good county to for records. They're strict. So don't count on seeing body cam and stuff. I think we're more likely to see people filming. They'll probably put a freaking seal that up. I'm hoping it's not, but LA is strict. I hate it. I don't even I used to try to order files, but like I almost sometimes when I see a case in LA, I'm just like, well, not gonna order anything there. Rejection, rejection. Sucks. So yeah, don't get your hopes up. I'm hoping we get to see it, but they're not a very transparent type county that lets the public see a lot. You know, there's certain counties that are better, and LA is not. It's on the side of sucking when it comes to that stuff. Um, yeah, right, Lori. That's why we don't see much body cams and stuff from LA or um now maybe when the case is closed, but still, even with cases closed, sometimes it's hard in LA. But I don't even think I don't know. I'm just not thinking we're ever gonna see that or see the interviews that they have with them or anything, which sucks. But files should at least some of the files. The probable cause will be public. I would hope they wouldn't seal that. So that should be public. So hopefully Monday we'll get that. It might not be released right away after they put it out, but I'm sure eventually that we'll be able to view. But I'm talking about like body cams, interviews, interrogations, not likely. Um, okay, so let me share. We'll just start off with the arrest stuff. Oh wait, hold on. I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot. Okay. So here his I'm sure a lot of you see this, but if there's still going to be some people that haven't seen this stuff. So if you're like, we already seen this stuff, there is always like I would say even half the people that watch it's new to them. So that's why I like to try to include everything that like from the arrest up until today what happened. So here is his booking information. So you can see he's 21, black hair, brown eyes, 5'5", which I thought he was 5'2". He always looks so short. Like, but I mean, I would think that that was accurate, but not necessarily. Don't think because this came from law enforcement that is accurate. It may be, but they may just be going by what's on his license. Um, because I have had, if you guys have been following me this whole time, we have had like court documents that would say something different between, like one would say this, one would say the other. So I would think booking, but they may have just went with what his ID said. And we know people with their ID, sometimes they exaggerate or, you know, so I don't know. It says 5'5". My guess is that's what's what was on his ID. 125. Um, we have book date 4/16. That's my sister's birthday too. It's crazy. Um, arrest time 1700. So says 5 o'clock p.m. Book 22:12 says 10:12 p.m. he booked. Uh, so it took about five hours to book him. By the time he booked, well, I should say it took by the time they arrested him to book him, it took a little over 5 hours, 5 hours and 12 minutes. Arresting agency is 4235 homicide division, location 4212 77th Street is where he's at. No bail. Um, and then the case number is blocked out for some reason, which is crazy. Um, Unless they just didn't assign one. I don't know. So that's his booking information. So then let's go with his, let's do these videos real quick and then we'll do the house. I'll do the house tour after we just play these. So I just kind of compiled all these. There might be some repeats, which I don't think is a bad thing because sometimes you want to see it again after you've seen it. So this is obviously a neighbor and that she recorded or this person recorded it. Who knows if it's beside or across the street. I was kind of going through Google Maps, which will go through Google Maps. I do think the house where he walks past, I do think I got that figured out where that is from Google Maps. This might be the same house, but let's listen. I don't know if this is the one with the subtitles. If it's not, it'll play sometime here. But so some of this stuff we might hear a couple times, but you know what? They're so short that it's actually worth it. Okay, so let me turn this up and here we go.
It's gonna obscure my view from the gate. It's good?
If you try to run or if you try to resist, you will get hit with knife or it's gonna hurt.
I got you.
If you try to run, we have canine on premises and you will get bit.
I got you. Alright, so the gate is locked. Do I open the gate? Sir? Open the gate.
There's walking down the street. And I'll show you where I think that is here. I might as well, we could just do a little interactive. So I actually think that where he's walking and the person's filming it, I think it's right here. I feel like that's where they're filming it from. Dang it. I forgot when you freaking back out of that. I don't like Google Maps sometimes. All I wanted to do is move that and I always hit the wrong button. Okay, hold on one second. I always hit the X instead of the arrow. Okay. So now it's loading up. I think, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think this is where it's at here. Let me show you where they're walking past the neighbor that's filming them. I think it is. Wait, hold on. I got to go find it again. Forget which way it was. Is it over here? Hold on. Just give me a minute. Right here. And it sucks because I can't go right in front of it. So I either have to go after it or a little bit before. This is as close as I could get to it. But oh shoot, I think it's this house right here. And the reason I think it is because you could kind of see this fence and you can see this plant. Correct me if I mean if you think see if you think this is right as far as where this is from. Let me make this big smaller. Okay. So you see him. Don't you think because you see how you see those white? I think they're standing back here and filming it. And the reason, like, it has to be on this side of the street because the other side of the street, all the driveways have the real small square um driveway, and you could see when he walks past it, it's this they're bigger squares. So that was one of the things. So I was looking on the wrong side at different houses. I'm like, nope, it can't be that. It can't be that because it has these big squares. So let me go back again. Hold on. Not this house. No, I think that house is a different house, actually. I think I said it wrong earlier. So, yeah. See, you could see these squares. So I think it's somebody filming back here, and you could catch this, and there's a plant right there. So I think that's the house this person's filming from, walking them down the street, which makes sense because his house that he was staying in is right here. So it's right. The house is just like, they would take him out and walk him this way. I'm gonna see, is it on the same side? Yep, on the same side of the street. So he's a little bit down and they walked him up here. And then to the left. Did I do that right? Might be a little bit farther down. Hold on. I screwed up. Yeah, they're starting to blur out the houses though. Wait. Did they just hold on a second? Maybe I did. I went the wrong way down the street. Did they already blur that out? Hold on a second. I had it. Now I'm okay. This is where he was staying, right? Maybe I went the wrong way. Now I forget. Unless if they already blurred it, and that's why I'm having a trouble. Because they actually, there's something blurred from the last time I looked. I'll show you. They're starting to blur stuff on this street because now everybody's looking it up, which sucks. All right, so let me try to find this again. Is it right here, maybe? Yeah, it's right here. So yeah, he's right down here on the same side, and he's walking up this way. So basically, outside his house, turns left, walks up. Okay. So it is the same side of the street as where he was staying. Okay. He was staying right here, which it's a freaking mansion. I mean, it's just crazy that he was all cozy in LA, living. I mean, there's two pools, or maybe one's a pool, is a sauna. We're going to go through the tour after we watch these. It's like a nice freaking house. Oh, well, I guess live it up before you're going to be in jail the rest of your life. I mean, I guess that's one way of thinking of it. Like the chance that he would have, he knows he might be going to jail for a very long time, if not forever. I guess live it up. I don't blame him, but I do blame him for what he did. He shouldn't have freaking been such a evil person. Okay. So let's finish watching that video. So they're arresting him right here. Got gray sweatpants on and a black shirt, black hoodie. I can't tell. Does he have, maybe he has sandals, or does he have socks? I think they're shoes, but when he walked by, it almost looked like he was in socks, but I think he just has white shoes or something.
What's up, everybody?
There's a reason I'm going to end up going over that. I've included that in my files because we'll do that later. There's a reason I want to go through that, but I'm not ready to go through that yet. So let me skip to the part. I just want to ask you guys some stuff, but that'll be later. Okay. So then this one, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I wanted it because there's a clip I wanted to play in this one of the arrest. Oh, there's some pictures of them, which I have those anyway in my files. But I guess this is the same video anyway. I think I forgot I had that. Or I think I got the one
with
before
video
I did that.
obtained by the California Post showing the singer with his hands behind his back.
Hold on, I don't want the freaking audio in that because there's music. I just wanted this video because I feel like this video is a little bit. It had a couple little zoom. It's crazy with the guns. Hey, man. You freaking kill somebody, this is what you get. You know? So there he is. Now, does he have slippers, or what do you think? It almost looks like those are like some kind of sandals, or is he have no shoes on? He might not have shoes on. What do you guys think? Shoes or not? You're right. This is probably a Ring camera. There's nobody just sitting there holding it. Never mind. You guys are right. I'm sitting there saying, oh, somebody's filming. It's probably a camera for, duh. Oh, my Lord. That shows you how my age, I feel like. Well, I guess holding the camera, but like everybody just has a freaking Ring camera or whatever you call it. You're right. So this is just a camera that they caught, which that's what I'm saying. I think there's going to be a lot more that are going to come out. But the thing is this isn't the law enforcement that's putting this out. This is I'm sure these people were putting them out in news. They're probably getting a hold of certain company, like news people. I'm like, hey, I had this video. Do you want it or whatever? They're putting it out on their social media. I mean, that's my opinion. This is not coming from law enforcement. They're going to be very hush hush watch. Mark my word. They're going to be everything sealed, not telling us crap. Just hope we get the probable cause shortly after. Okay, so is he wearing shoes or not? I think he just has socks on, guys. Look at that. What do you guys think? I think because look how his feet, when he puts them, they're like really wide. Like, I know it doesn't make a difference, but it kind of, because it kind of makes me a little bit happy that he just don't even have shoes on. They just got him, and he's not even prepared. They just, um, watch. Let me, forgot it's in my editor. We can just zoom her in, Vern. Zoom it in and slow it down. I think he's in his socceroos. Oh, I slowed it down, so hold on a second. Which, like I said, it makes me kind of happy, I'm not gonna lie. There's little details like that. Where's that video? Hold on. All right. I have it slowed down really a lot, so it'll be. Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Here we go. This is good. I don't know. I think so. Because there's nothing. It just looks like all white. I think he's in his socks. Okay. So here's another. Let me zoom back out. Go to the next video. Remember that song that I did confirm is actually his song. Remember I wrote, because all those other people covering it and taking credit for it. I wrote to the person that was the first person to cover it, looked like, that I seen, and they confirmed that they actually did get it off of David. He was the writer. That's the last song. So that's interesting that he definitely wrote that. All right, so let me skip forward to this. Now I could turn back on the volume. Okay. So that night, because they searched his house after that, which you'd hope they would. So they searched the place.
Detective?
Yes, sir.
Hi. Robert Kavasik with NBC.
Oh, I watch you all the time. How you doing, Robert?
I watch you all the time, he said. Wow. I never even heard of him. This is that same video, but hey, man, I don't mind watching it a couple times, seeing him get arrested. We've been waiting for that how freaking long. He's probably so scared right now. Because, I mean, anybody in these days, I feel like knows. I mean, true crime is everywhere, so he's aware that, like, you get arrested for murder, which I know it hasn't been formally charged yet, but I mean, chances are you're not seeing freedom after this initial arrest. This could be the last time you breathe in the fresh freedom air. Patting him down. He does have shoes on. At least he does. I could tell with that one that was a shoe. Did you see that? That was a shoe. Look, watch right here. So I was wrong. See, you could see the shape of it. It's just all white. Unless if like he had Oh, never mind, because he doesn't have white socks on. I was gonna say, let's see, he has them on now, and then they'd make him take them off, but no. Wow, that's crazy, because when he was walking, did it not look like it was, like, flat, like his, um, socks? Like, you know how socks look all real flat and, like, wide at the toe, like, at your foot? Here, let me just show you if you guys people that maybe are just on their phone. See? You guys see what I'm talking about? You could see, like, the shape of his shoe, and it looks like he's got, like, black or blue or whatever socks on. So I was wrong. Okay, so let me continue. I wish Zeke would go in his bed so you could see him. He's lying right beside me. Oh, shoot. God, I should have edited out those parts.
Look,
Watch
it's
this.
gonna obscure my view from the gate. It's good?
If you try to run, or if you try to resist, you will get hit with knife feet through it. It's gonna hurt.
I got you.
If you try to run, we have canine on premises and you will get bit.
I got you. All right, so the gate is locked. Do I open the gate? Sir? Open the gate.
Oh, let's play that again. Sorry. Oh, I did a couple compilations where. All right, hold on. I could skip through this. Oh, let me see what's after this. Yeah, I'll skip through that. Sorry, that's like the third time watching it. And then this is the same thing because some of them they just put them all together. So who do you think is recording that right there? Like, do you think it's the neighbor across the street or beside it? Or it seems like they're really close. I know originally when I was watching it, I was thinking it was David holding the phone. I'm like, no, he wouldn't be like, how would that have gotten released or recorded it? So then I was like, wait, that's just somebody. But do you think it's not coming from where he's staying, right? I think I mean, it could be like across this. I would think it's more next door though, because across the street would be too far, right? What do you guys think? Oh no, not body cam. Who said body cam? No, I never said it was body cam. I was saying that we're gonna have don't count on the body cam ever being released on this, is what I was saying. This isn't body cam. These are just like neighbors or ring cameras. This is actually seems like somebody is just filming it. It's not like a right. Yeah, they're filming it outside a screen window or inside a screen window. I would be too, Arwen. Are you kidding me? Me too. But this is where this is the house I think might be that. I was thinking it might be this house. Hold on. But now that I see how close, actually, I think I'm wrong. Hold on. And check this out, guys. There is a private helicopter tour service right here. Like I was looking at that, I'm like, what the heck? Is that like a do you think they have like is that a landing pad for helicopters too or something? Um, anyway, my point is that whoever's filming that seems pretty close. Like, I don't think originally I'll show you who I thought it was, but the more I think about it, no, I guess that would be good. No, I think I was right. I think it's this house. I was on the right track. I think it is this house, and I think, hold on. There's this, I'm gonna show you. There's this, it could be, no, because it didn't have this. It's probably a window up here behind these trees, but more I don't know. Yeah, it could be. It could be. I definitely think it's somebody in this house behind one of the windows, and there's a screen. And I think she's just listening, and you can barely see because all these trees. So I think it's definitely this house. I'm talking about not his house. This is the house that's recording that little clip that we just watched. Um, right here. I'd be willing to bet on it that that's the house that's recording it, just because. Um, It looks, yeah, it isn't that far. They'd be like right here, and they'd be somewhere behind this one of these screen windows, and all the trees there, or even could be, no, it'd be, I'd say it's over here more, because this is close looking out there. I'd be recording it too. Heck yeah. Are you kidding me? I'd be like the nosiest neighbor. But here's a question. Do you think those neighbors knew he was staying there? Because I feel like most people would be aware of this case. I feel like, especially if you're living in LA, I guess not everybody would, but I feel like if you're in LA, chances are you are aware of this case, I would think. So the reason I don't think that they were, either they weren't aware of it, but chances are there's more than one neighbor. One of the neighbors would have been aware of it. But it's like, how isn't there another video out of somebody, like a neighbor, seeing him and being like, look, David's staying here? So either he just was very sneaky. I guess he could have a car in the drive and just like, hide in a car if he needs to go somewhere. Maybe he didn't even ever leave the house. I could see him not having to leave the house. Um, it just surprises me though, and I'm just curious if the neighbors even realized David was staying there. Maybe not. I mean, now they do, but do you think this whole time? I mean, because we're all like, the media and everybody's like, where is he? Where is he? Like, you think somebody would have leaked something if they were aware. Hi, Baby L, BB Lee, Jocelyn, hey. Yeah, right. Hey, Hope, thanks for being here. Cali Girl, Ranch Toes. Um, it is, yes. We're gonna do the tour. It's time for the tour. You'll be able to see where it's at, or the how the pictures. Okay, so let's do the pictures of where he's staying. He didn't slack on where he's staying. He's staying in a nice place. Okay, let's just take a look. Ooh, look at that! A bat with a little baby bat hanging on. You never know what you're gonna get with my wallpaper. Okay, here we go. So I have 4 different sites of pictures from the house that I want to show, because some of them have different things that we can look at. But here is the house, and like I said, Sandra Bullock used to own it. Not anymore, but obviously David was renting this house for, supposedly it goes for around like 17,000 a month. Um Although I did see one listing that said 15,000 at one point, but all right, hold on, let me find you guys again. Where are you? Okay. So here's some pictures, and then like I said, there's other sites that I want to go through too that show more. So this is the house he's been staying at for probably the last 7 months, my guess. So not slacking, very nice. This chair's kind of cool. Look, it's like a little, I don't even know what you call it. Look, I don't think, would that be comfortable? I feel like I was suffocating, like not enough oxygen or air. But it could be fun, like swinging on it a little bit. Um so yeah. 0.71 miles from truly a neighborhood photo. Um so it shows you like downtown and stuff. I know, I kind of like it better than the first one too. Or the other one. I know there was two of them. Look, Zeke's looking out the window. Zeke, no baby. All right, let me bring up the other site. I feel like the other site has some of the other sites have a better some better pictures. Oh, so here, Zeke. So you can see he's got a nice pole, which I wonder, okay, so if he ever was out, like, this would be a different house, right? I mean, you would be able to see if he was, I mean, I guess he could stay under this, but if he ever like went out swimming or whatever, but nothing's ever been leaked of where he was. So it was a hot tub, not another pool. I don't know why. There was another angle that this one, it looked a little bit bigger. But yeah, so I'm just curious if did he have people over? Was he there by himself? Did his family visit him, or was he completely by himself, secluded? Did friends support him? Was there any friends over there supporting him? Was his family there? I mean, all these questions I'm curious about. Now, of course, the biggest thing I'm curious about is what the heck did he do to Celeste? You know? But like there definitely is. I guess there would be a way that he could be here and not be seen because you drive into the garage. I'm sure there's an entrance from the garage into the house, obviously. Um, and even if he wanted to go in a car, he could duck down, going through the neighborhood. Uh, but the way with all these delivery services nowadays, you don't even have to leave your house. So, I don't think his neighbors even knew he was staying there. But we'll see if any interviews come out where you know, they say. But I feel like they would have said something already because they're not in any priority. Like they don't have to not. It's not like that they have to be like, oh, if he's staying here, we're not allowed to say anything. They're allowed to say, hey, my name David's staying here. I would say like a neighbor if they're just like I don't know. I mean, maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they would feel like, okay, that could put him at danger or something. I guess. But now that it's out, I wonder if it'll come out. Look at this, dude. I mean, that's a nice house. Can you imagine though if he was here by himself? Like this huge house, like, knowing that at any day you could be arrested for the rest of your life, staying in this big house as nice as it is, that I mean, I'd be depressed. I mean, if I with that hanging over my head, huge house, like I'm so curious if did his family stay there with him? I'm sure somebody stayed with him or his family were there sometimes to support him. Because there's an article which we'll get to sometime today where they say they believe in his innocence. His family support him and they believe in his innocence. So there you go. Unless if he is such a freaking narcissist type, like where he thinks I'm not going down for this. I'm going to be okay. I mean, he could have that mentality where he wasn't even afraid at all, but that's highly unlikely that he wasn't afraid at all. He had to have been nervous a little bit. Look at this. It's nice. And then you got this little, like, all these extra little beds. I feel like there's another little section, like a little, like, almost like a little cubbyhole bed, too. There's another one I have to show you. Here's one, and then there's another one somewhere. I don't know if we came to it yet. Look how nice that is. Man, must be nice, but not anymore. Look at that shower. That's kind of cool. Kristen Jade, hello. Hey, Mrs. Mental. Hey, thanks for being here. Cat Mouse, thank you for that. I'm just now seeing that. Thank you. You the best. You the best. Hey, Casey. Garden area is fab. It is, dude. This is definitely, I like this house way better than the other two places that he stayed in. What was he driving? That other Tesla, do you think? Look at this little area. You just chill, watch TV. Nobody could even see you in this. And you could hide out there. Nobody would even be able to see him. I think I already. Am I going through doubles again? Gosh, look at those chairs. There's one site that shows the open fridge, which kind of gave me like the little chills. I don't know. Hold on, let me see. I got a couple more sites for more pictures, but I'm trying to figure out if we're going through the same ones. Look at this double bedroom here with two beds. Another bedroom. This wasn't even the master bedroom. Another. Look at this. Like this could hold a lot of people. All right. I think we are. Yeah. Okay. So let me go to another one here. Because each site has like at least something new that we haven't seen yet, I feel like. I mean, they'll have some of the same pics, but they'll have like something It says rental moved. Nearby rentals. Here's the house where he's at. It says a rare blend of glamour and modern elegance near the Sunset Strip, tucked away just moments from the iconic Chateau Marmont. In the pulse of Sunset Boulevard. This exquisitely furnished reimagined villa offers a rare opportunity to live in a home that exudes both classic Hollywood charisma and contemporary luxury. Once graced by a well known celebrity, the residence carries an undeniable sense of prestige and style. This four bedrooms and refined living spaces, the home masterfully blends timeless architectural designs with sleek modern finishes, rich flooring, elegant marble countertops. Um, sorry, I just saw Zeke's there. Yay. Where are we at? I lost my spot. Okay. Custom tile work and high end appliances from Sub Zero Wolf Meal create a truly elevated living experience. The expansive primary suite is a private retreat boasting a spa like bath with soaking tub, oversized shower, and Mr. Steam system, along with generous walk in closet. Each of the three additional bedrooms offers its own distinct character, with ample storage and thoughtful touches throughout. Step outside to a serene resort style backyard with a sparkling pool and spa complete with Aqualink smart controls, alongside a stylish outdoor cabana, however you say it, and private patios for two of the bedrooms. Perfect for indoor outdoor living. So you have microwave, oversized closets, refrigerator, washer, dryer, extra storage, pet friendly, garbage disposal, pool, private yard, stove, cats, dogs welcome. It gives you who lists it. And one of one, I guess that's only showing one picture. And you got the street view, which we are already there in Google Maps, but that's the street view. Okay, one more site. I think this is the one that shows the open fridge. Wait, where is the one with the open? There's one that has a picture of a double open fridge that I was like, why? They just gave me the creeps, but I don't know where it's at. Oh, here it is. Look. I guess it's just showing you how big the. Wait a minute. How is that? How does that close? It looks like this is as big as this whole thing. Where does the other side go? Unless that perception is making it, does this not look like the width of this is the same as the width of the whole thing? So how is there two of them? Unless if that angle is making this look a lot smaller. What am I missing here? Hold on, I know there's a picture with it closed. We'll get to it. Look at that, dude. I want a bedroom like that. Like just so nice, dude. Look at that. The bathrooms and toilets are so nice. The doors look like bookcases. I mean, doesn't it kinda? Like these look like books almost. Look at that. Is that a tree? Is that a part of a tree? Or am I seeing things? That's so cool. What the heck, dude? Sorry, I'm really moving around and probably mic is sounding probably bad. Look at that toilet. That's one of those fancy toilets. This is a nice little just like area, just small little area. Hey, I'll hang out in this little area. Those couches look comfortable too. Look at this little bed. Maybe there was only one, but this is even nice. I'll stay here. You got the TV right here. You just, psh, the heck? Even in this little area. That's pretty sharp looking. I love the doors. The doors are so cool looking. They look like bookcases. This bedroom, that's different from the other ones. Wait, is that the same? Oh, is that the same one? I don't know. Yeah, probably. Double. All right, well, I want to know who visited him, who supported him. What is that? Is that a fountain or something? What is that little fountain? I can't even tell what that is. Look at these little bamboo sticks. Those pole sticks almost look like pole sticks. Very fancy. Yeah, you go back here. Huh, interesting. Oh yeah, hold on. Let's look at the front. I know one of these shows the fridge shut because I'm just so curious. That angle makes it look like where is it? Is that the fridge? Hold on, I want to see something. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that's the fridge. Okay, but you guys, does it not look like with that angle though that these are just as wide? That's crazy. That's a big fridge though. Looks just like the cabinet. All right, so there you go. Tour of the house. If you wanna, oh, let me find where I had the. And like I said, here's the area. Um, and then let's watch this real quick. Here's a video that TMZ put out today. This was from today. That I thought it was kind of interesting. It's worth a watch. And then I have a couple of the SF Investigates interviews to watch. I want to read a couple articles, but let's watch this one first. This is, like I said, this is from today.
I think there is a problem in the prosecution's case against David the singer. Let me explain. The grand jury has been hearing this case for 5 months, since November. Beth Silverman, the DA, has been presenting witness after witness after witness to this grand jury to get a grand jury indictment. We know that there has been a dogfight between the DA's office and the medical examiner over cause of death that we are told and have been told for a long time after Celeste Rivas's body was found that they were having a very difficult time establishing cause of death. And that is an issue here. But then the question, if Beth Silverman was before that grand jury for 5 months with the end goal of getting an indictment for murder, why did the police arrest David yesterday and then say they're going to present the case to the DA on Monday so that the DA can determine whether to file formal charges or not? That makes absolutely no sense, because it was the grand jury that was supposed to indict here and not the DA just charging him. If the DA wanted to charge, what was the point of a grand jury? So what happened at the grand jury so that they either didn't indict him, that she never asked the grand jury to actually indict, or did the grand jury issue a no bill, which means they rejected the case? I don't think they would have rejected the case outright, although I don't know. But the only other option is that Beth Silverman never asked for a formal indictment after presenting evidence for 5 months before the grand jury. So why? And the police say we're going to present the case to the DA. The DA's had the case for 5 months. What do you mean present the case? That makes no sense when you listen to what the police are saying. The DA has had this case. They're the ones that made the decision to go to the grand jury. So why is the DA doing this and deciding apparently to file charges rather than to get an indictment? So there could be several reasons. The one that comes to mind is that a grand jury indictment gets very specific as to why they're indicting. And it may be based on the evidence that was presented that the DA is concerned that based on the way the grand jury would indict, it would leave a wide door open for the defense to come in and say, this is a deficient indictment in terms of proving the elements of murder, and the worry might be that a judge might dismiss the indictment. And I can't really think of another good reason, other than if the grand jury rejected the case, for the DA to spend all that time before the grand jury and then to say, okay, now we'll just charge him. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. And, yesterday felt like a show. There was, there's a lot of behind the scenes here, but when you look at, the way this went down with the police, this felt like a statement more than just an arrest. So there is something going on here that is really interesting, and I don't know what it is. But again, it would seem like if the case is that compelling and they spent 5 months before the grand jury, why didn't the grand jury issue an indictment? So one of the things that is going to come up here, and I know this, is cause of death. And we know that the defense is saying he did not kill her, and that they are going to fight that. Cause of death is going to be really important. We know, based on contacts with people connected to the medical examiner, that they had a tremendously difficult time with this case, that it was very difficult for them to establish cause of death. Frankly, we do not know to this day whether they have actually determined, is it accidental? Is it homicide? We don't know what they've said. And I think the DA at this point must know. But there was a real fight going on, between authorities over this. And even if they determine cause of death is homicide, everything, and I don't know that they did, but everything leading up to it that we were told is that they may never be able to determine cause of death because of the state of the body at the time they got it. And that does not bode great for the prosecution, because they have to prove murder. They have to prove homicide beyond a reasonable doubt. And if the medical examiner has an issue with how Celeste Rivas died, that's a problem for prosecutors. So, look, I don't know what David did or didn't do. My sense, based on everything we've been hearing, is he knows something, I believe, about why her body ended up in that trunk. Based on everything we're hearing, I think he knows something about that. But that doesn't mean that they have proof that he killed her. And there could be many scenarios as to how that happens. It's the DA's responsibility to prove the scenario that he murdered her. And I am telling you that when you look at this, I've been talking to very seasoned criminal defense lawyers, and they are baffled by this, that why they would arrest him this way. and then say that they're going to present it to the DA where the DA already has it, and the DA is going to charge him when they were pursuing an indictment for all these months. There's something odd here that has not come out. To be continued.
I'm trying to rearrange. It's so weird, the vertical versus the horizontal. Like, you could only edit the things on the horizontal, right? And the way they come on the horizontal and then how it translate on to the vertical as you see, I can't find a good way it looks on both. It's so weird. Like, why did it put Zeke way down there? Can you guys, and then he's covered. Dang it. Okay, so let's watch another one. I'm gonna try to find the perfect combination here because I don't like that. All right, let's watch another one. There was a new what am I thinking of? A new video. It just came out today actually with Jesse Weber and SF Investigates. But there's actually one that they did yesterday that's not on YouTube, but it's on News Nation. Kind of want to watch that first so we could kind of do it in order. It was last night that they did it, and then we could do the one from today. They're two different ones. But what did you think what TMZ said? I mean, I know a lot of people are kind of iffy about their credibility and stuff, which I agree, but I mean, they do still know stuff and have connections and stuff. And they're knowledgeable in some stuff. So I mean, I agree with what you're saying. It's crazy that it happened this way, you know? Like, he's not even officially charged yet. He's just arrested. I know. I don't know if we're gonna be able to see it. I don't think they're gonna ever make that public, Cali girl. The way LA is, they're not big on that stuff, making stuff public. It sucks. Um, hey Hossein, what's up? All right, let's watch the interview that's from yesterday. I got it already. Here we go. And I'm gonna try to, I'm sorry I'm not in chat yet. I'm trying to rearrange this to me and Zeke's pictures and stuff to make it look right. I wish it actually made sense how it goes from vertical to horizontal. It's so stupid. All right, here we go. You ready?
Anthony Burke has been arrested after 7 months. The 21-year-old was taken into custody by the Los Angeles Police Department on suspicion of murder in the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And police say the arrest happened today with detectives from the LAPD's Robbery and Homicide Division taking Burke into custody. He is now being held without bail. To be clear, I mentioned this before, this is a major break in the case that has been haunting investigators for months. To be clear also, he is innocent until proven guilty. I'll talk about what this all means. But ever since September 2025, when police popped the trunk of a Tesla that was found abandoned in the Hollywood Hills and discovered the dismembered body of teenage runaway Celeste Rivas Hernandez, we have been talking about it. And as the investigation unfolded, there were even more disturbing alleged details emerged, including that parts of her body had been placed in bags inside the vehicle. And since then, there has been intense speculation, all of it centered on the singer named David, that the Tesla was reportedly his, that he and Celeste, who was that they claimed was his underage girlfriend, even though that wasn't confirmed by investigators as of yet. But you had apparent photos of the two together circulating online, raised a lot of questions. And Burke, by the way, hasn't been seen in public since his world tour was abruptly scrapped, hasn't said a public word about any of this. And until now, there has been no arrest. So should we, again, I have to be very clear here. Formal charges have not been filed as of yet. This is despite a grand jury having been impaneled, so it's interesting. And police say the case will be presented to the district attorney on Monday for filing consideration. So tonight, for the big questions, I want to turn right now to missing persons private investigator Steve Fisher and LA Magazine contributor Lauren Conlon. Both have been covering the story since it began. Steve, stand by. Lauren, I want to go to you. You have a few more details about the actual arrest of David, right?
Yes, Jesse, we've all been waiting for this day for a very long time. And reportedly, David was arrested at the home he was staying at in Los Angeles. Now, we don't know where that is, but as you said, he has remained silent and out of the public eye for 7 months. So again, the details we have so far are that he hasn't been booked just yet. I did call the jail. They said it usually takes about 5 hours for processing. So we will know a little bit more information as the night goes on, you know, how much his bail is going to be set for, if anything. And as you said, Blair Burke, his attorney, did just issue a statement, which is so interesting.
Well, I'm going to read it. Let me read it real quick.
Yeah.
Here it is. Okay, so this is from his attorneys, Blair Burke, Marilyn Bednarski, and Regina Peter. Let us be clear, the actual evidence in this case will show that David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and he was not the cause of her death. There has been no indictment returned by any grand jury in this case and no criminal complaint filed. David, excuse me, has only been detained under suspicion. We will vigorously defend David's innocence. Actually, Steve, I want to start with you now with that. First, your reaction, because if anybody knows you, you have been quite vocal advocating for David's arrest for quite some time. But like they said, just an arrest, no charges yet. Isn't that confusing? Wasn't there a grand jury that was impaneled?
It's really confusing, and I'll tell you, I tweeted about this exact thing before that statement came out. I was surprised that this arrest was by complaint. It was not going to be sent to the DA's office to consider being charged. This is not an indictment of the grand jury. So either the grand jury would fail to return an indictment, or for some reason they didn't send it to the grand jury for an actual vote. So either one of those, I'll tell you, it worries me a little bit.
Explain to our audience why it worries you. Before you do, let me just read you. This is the statement from the LA County DA's office. Our office is aware of the arrest of David Anthony Burke by the Los Angeles Police Department. The case is expected to be presented to the Major Crimes Division, at which point prosecutors will review the facts and evidence to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to file charges. At this time, additional information is not available. We will share an update on Monday once a filing decision has been made. First, two questions to you, Steve. Were they aware that LAPD was going to arrest him? And two, why does this worry you? You're saying maybe the case is not strong?
I don't know if for sure if they were made aware. Normally in circumstances they would be, but I don't know. Is there now a break possibly between LAPD and the DA's office on this case? It could be, because we know that there was a grand jury impaneled. We know that because the filings that the DA's office did in Texas, that was by the DA's office, so they're aware of this case. The fact that they didn't arrest him by indictment, and strategically would make sense that they go for an indictment, I guess, if they want to keep everything really private like they have done. But now it's got to go to a preliminary hearing. So I don't know if there was they couldn't come to terms, and LAPD said, listen, we're just gonna throw it out there and arrest him and see if the DA's office picks up charges or not.
Well, look, if you're right, I mean, this could have been just an investigative grand jury gathering evidence, locking in testimony. Maybe they didn't feel they could get a majority of jurors to believe that there was enough probable cause for a charge. Maybe unlikely, because, you know, a grand jury is relatively low standard. But then, like you said, maybe you go to a preliminary hearing in front of a judge, you present the evidence. Lauren, I got to go to you on this. Two parts. One, I mean, you said it, we didn't even know where David was. I didn't even know he was staying in the Hollywood Hills. That was a shocker, you know, what he was doing there. But any response from his family, any response from Neil Langston, who was his apparent friend that was arrested for allegedly not providing testimony, for not testifying in front of the grand jury, he had to be arrested and then actually brought, or reportedly brought to an LAPD, a Los Angeles courtroom to testify. Are we getting any response from third parties here?
So I did just do some digging previously after the news of his arrest. I reached out to the Burke family attorney, Kent Schaefer. I literally just got an email back from him, and this attorney was responsible for filing the writ of habeas corpus, so the family didn't have to testify and travel to Los Angeles. And I said, "What do you know about this arrest?" And he said, "I don't know much more than you. I reached out to Josh Marshall for a statement, his manager. I have not heard back yet." And Neo Langston, I went directly to his Instagram to see if he posted anything. And his Instagram, while it still exists, it's wiped. He completely wiped it of every single photo. Previously, he had wiped it of just photos of he and David. Now it's totally gone. So I mean,
And he was quite vocal on there, Lauren.
That's crazy. Like, why did he wipe it? Like, what would be the purpose of this? Like, David gets arrested and Neil just wipes his whole account? Like, is he nervous that there's something in there that can incriminate him and he doesn't want to go, he doesn't know, like, to go through every little piece of it and he just wants to get rid of it all? I don't know. Like, why? Well, I mean, he's weird. There's some weird stuff. Zeke, what, baby? Lay down, Bubba. Lay down, bub. Yeah, that's kind of odd. What do you guys make out of that? I'm trying to come up with a poll. I want to try the StreamYard's new poll area that they have. I'm trying to think of what should I ask you guys? If you guys have any ideas, let me know.
Relatively recently, Neo Langston posted a bunch of kind of cryptic messages seemingly referring to David.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear to me at this point that David, nobody wants anything to do with him. I mean, everybody is like, "Whoa, I'm staying away," or that's what it seems like to me. But I think the big question here is going back to what Steve said. I mean, this arrest reportedly is based on probable cause at this point. So what changed? What piece of evidence came forward now that they didn't have 7 months ago? That's what I'm asking myself.
That's fair. Steve, look, one of the reasons we don't have a lot of questions, a lot of answers, is because the medical examiner's report has been sealed. This was sealed right per the LAPD. I wonder now if there has been an arrest, is that going to be unsealed? Because if you hear his attorney saying he's not the cause of death, what exactly was the cause of death?
So now that he's about these charges are about to be sent up to the DA for consideration, now they'll probably switch their strategy a little bit. And if that's the case, they got something in there that they think points away from David. They're going to want that unsealed, and they're going to have to unseal it anyways now because there's going to be a prelim hearing, assuming he pleads, not guilty. So it's funny. Things are going to really now. An indictment, everything would have stayed sealed, and now that's different. So we're about to, if it moves forward, we're about to see a lot, I think, which is healthy, I think, for the kids.
Lauren, what about Celeste's family? I don't know if there's ever enough discussion about her family, what they've been going through, what information they have or have not been provided over the last 7 months. Have you hearing anything from them?
Yeah, I mean, my heart breaks for them, Jesse. My heart really does break for them. And initially, it was really her brother that was speaking out to the press. I don't know too much about her mother and father, except I don't think they speak very good English. I think there's a language barrier. So, they haven't really been vocal about this. I know her aunt initially was pretty vocal when she was missing. I saw a lot on Facebook, her cousin as well. But that's really all I know. I'm going to just really, again, stay on top of this as I have been, because I know, Steve, we've been working together on this a lot, and we've just been waiting for this day and for the evidence to come out. I mean, everything has been so secretive, as you said, right down to the medical examiner's report. And one of the first things I did, and even though I knew it probably wouldn't be available, I started refreshing that page again because, I mean, supposedly or reportedly, her cause of death was undetermined at one point because her poor little body was so badly decomposed.
Steve, at one point, this is the last part before I have to go, Steve, remember they said they didn't even know if there was any crime beyond concealment of the body. They couldn't even determine if this was or they didn't even come out publicly and say it was a murder.
Which is baffling because that was never true, because they knew she had been dismembered when they came out with that. And that is a mutilation of a corpse, that's a felony in California, not a misdemeanor. So that was an untrue statement. So this is where I'm still very confused about what's going on here.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Obviously, we're going to stay on top of this. We will see what happens Monday and going into next week, how this progresses. I will say it again. He has been arrested. He hasn't been charged. He's innocent until proven guilty. But this is, again, a major development in a case that we've been following very closely here on this program. Steve Fisher, Lauren Conlon, thank you for staying on top of this, and thank you for coming on. I appreciate you both.
The Saja Boys Breakfast.
Copyright. Watch I get copyrighted for that song. I'll have to cut it, which is not a big deal if they claim it, but it kind of sucks on lives. And the reason, because I know some people will just cut it out, but the reason it sucks is because you lose your live chat. So people that rewatch it, they like to watch live chat. And if you edit your lives, don't know why, because sometimes you could just mute it, which wouldn't affect the length of it. So I get it when you're cutting out something, but like say you mute the song. I don't know why. If you edit it, you'll lose it. I hate it. So if you guys see, if you ever see the live chat not there, that's why. But I have a feeling that that's going to do that. I'll let you guys know. Okay, so what do you guys think? Zeke. He left. I don't know, like I do believe we'll get the documents and stuff, like, but I don't know how, like Steve saying like, oh, since now, they're going this route, we'll see everything. That's still not guaranteed. I'm telling you, like even documents, I could see them sealing that for a while, but maybe not. I mean, I don't think they'll do it forever, but I could see them holding that off where we can't see that for months and months. But I'm hoping they'll let us see the probable cause affidavit. But think about how long it took to see. Well, Delphi took forever. I'm trying to think of a California case. I can't because I'm trying to think, when did they release the Koberger affidavit, probable cause affidavit? Did that take a while or no? Excuse me. Let's hope if we get it this next week, that'll be awesome. Potentially we could have it Monday. But if they try to keep it sealed at a little extra time, maybe we won't, but that could be a poll. Let's do that just to see how it looks on StreamYard, because they offer this new poll. I want to see what you guys think. If you think they'll keep it sealed. All right, let me see. Where is it? Media poll. I just want to see what the never used it. Hold on, I'm trying to find new poll. Okay. I want to put all right. This will be a yes or no. I just want to see an answer if you have an opinion on it. Because a lot of you guys that are following it have followed a lot of cases. So you have a lot of experience seeing, what happens in different counties. So I want to get your opinion on it. Here we go. Where does it pop up at? Do you guys see it? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. Well, answer, and then I kind of like that, how it's set up. It's not, I mean, YouTube's comes up on the live chat. This comes up on, wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Okay. Cool. All right. I'll keep it up for a little bit. How do you vote? Wait a minute. I'm trying to, maybe it's not going to let me vote because it's me. But when you guys get to vote, how are you voting? Do you just click on something? Hold on, let me see. Let me log in under my live stream account and see how it looks. Because, like I said, this is kind of a new thing for StreamYard. All right, hold on. Let me switch account and live stream. All right, let's see. Oh, I don't have my premium. I need to put my account on for premium on this account. All right, let's see. Come on, commercials. I'm getting annoyed with my. Okay, here we go. Let's see. It's just black. Can you guys? Black. Dude, look. My screen is just. Wow, that's. Why does it keep doing that? Can you guys see me? It keeps showing up black under like I'm on my other account and this live stream. So it's like what you guys would be seeing. Are some of you guys seeing it just a black screen? Why is it doing that? I don't even see how you vote. How do you vote? I'm trying to figure out how to vote. How are you guys voting, guys? I can't figure it out. It's not letting me. Like, I'm trying to vote myself. Let me see what you guys are saying. That's weird. It's not letting me. But I'm on a different account, so it should. Let me see. Okay. Type 1 or 2. Oh, I see. Okay. I guess I should read my own directions. Didn't even read what it said. Type 1 or 2. Okay. Oh my God. You guys probably think I'm an idiot. It says it right there. Wait, you can't what? You can't see me? No, Kirsten, you type 1 or 2 in the chat and it votes. So you do 1 for yes and 2 for no. That's how you vote. But has anybody else seen a black screen? Anybody? That's weird because there must be something up with my phone. So when I was looking up something in my old live. I was looking at something. I was showing my mom how cute Zeke was on my old live. So I had it up yesterday and it was doing the same thing on my previous live. When I was trying to watch it, there was a part where it was all black, but then if I kept going back, it would pop up and it would show the picture and then it would be black again. I don't know why my phone keeps doing that. I wonder what that's all about, but nobody else has seen a black screen because I just want to make sure that if there's something going on with like StreamYard or something, or is it just my phone? Because if I'm the only one, it's just my phone. Okay, you could just vote one time. Okay, cool. Kristen, just put 1 or 2 in the chat. That's all. Put 1, Kristen Jade. If you think if you want yes, put 1 in the chat, and if you're answering 2, put no. Or wait, if you do want no, put 2. So if you just read the directions. So do you think they will keep probable cause affidavits sealed for a little? I know they won't forever, but what I'm getting at is, do you think it'll be sealed for maybe a week, 2 month, or will you think it'll be released right away when they present it? So put a 1 in chat if you think it will be sealed for a little bit. Put a 2 if you don't. That's how you vote. That's kind of cool though. I kind of like that because YouTube sometimes it's annoying when the poll's right there and you're trying to chat and it's like right there in the way of the chat. Sometimes it can get annoying. So that's kind of cool. It's not it's just on the screen. It's not in the way of the chat and you just vote right in the chat. I like that. Wait, you're saying you think that it's public now? They haven't even presented it, Arwen. They're presenting it Monday. There's no way they would make it public before they present it to the judge. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You're seeing it somewhere? Are you serious? Okay, let me see. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. But I don't feel like I've ever remember seeing a murder case where they arrest the person, but they didn't even charge him yet. I don't know. I can't even think of any other case where I've seen that happen, where they arrest him before they even charge him. Is that common? Hold on. When they arrest, I mean, they do the arraignment, but I don't know. I'm pulling up TMZ. I'm just trying to think if I've ever seen a case quite like this, so I wouldn't have anything to compare it to. You said they updated? Wait, hold on their site. They have the actual David arrest because of title wait on DA sources. Wait, Arwen, are you saying that? Oh. Oh, you're confusing me. I thought you were saying TMZ updated it and they have the affidavit, because if you look at your messages, that's what it seemed like you were saying. Okay. But they did do an update. Let's see what they have to say. Here is what they have today, if this is what you're talking about. It might not be anything interesting. Hold on. All right. All right. So this is their newest article. And I do have a couple other videos I want to watch, guys. So, but here's their newest article that I think they just did. Oh, it says 313, but I don't know. It wasn't up there last time I looked. Their times are always off on articles. Oh, wait though. It's because they're 3 hours before us. That's why, huh? It would be 3 3. Okay. It would be 3 something. All right. So here we go. Let's see. Do you want to watch the video? Let's watch it.
At Ohio Beauty Cutstone.
No, we're watching that on the, hold on. I think they have it on the YouTube because I have premium. So hold on. We don't have to watch, we do not have to watch commercials. 1 minute. Let me bring up TMZ. Okay, TMZ. Hopefully, maybe they don't have it on YouTube yet. Let me see. I mean, we could read the article, but I kind of just want to watch the video. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. LAP. So the title is LAPD jumps the gun in David case, 2 angry men. Let me take down this poll though, real quick. So let's see. Let me get the results. So the results are, hold on. Let me find where the poll is so I can take it down once I read the results. Okay. So yes, 9 people think that it will be sealed for a little while. And I don't mean forever in that, I just think it'll be, or I'm asking if you think it'll be sealed just for a little bit. And 8 say no. So more, oh wow. So more people, 53% thinks yes, it will be sealed for a little while. And 47 say no. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stop the poll. Oh, that's cool. I can always put it back up and show it if anybody wants to know the results. And I could resume it. That's cool. I could always resume the pool. Okay. If more people come. All right. So let's watch. Here we go.
DA was not ready to file charges, and the LAPD said, screw you, we're gonna just arrest him.
That's exactly what I'm hearing.
That's crazy. Welcome to the Two Angry Men podcast, Mark. We knew this day was coming.
That's freaking crazy. He's saying the DA is not ready for this. The DA is the one that has to present the case. They're the ones that have to be ready. They have to present it in court. So let's take everything they say with a grain of salt, but they're saying that I'm sure their sources are saying that the DA is not even ready to present this case. They're not even ready to charge him. But the LAPD, the sheriffs, they went and arrested him anyway. That's what they're saying. If that's the case, that's messed up. And these two agencies that have an issue with each other, all these people in LA, they need to freaking get their crap together, because there's murders happening and crime. They can't be like fighting each other and doing things against each other to make each other mad. This is somebody's justice that they're messing with here. This is unbelievable. This case is unbelievable.
Where David would be arrested for what authorities say is the murder of Celeste Rivas. But there are bizarre things going on in this case. And I've been dying to talk to you about this because I have never seen anything like it. The LAPD arrests him on Thursday night and then says, we are going to present the case to the DA on Monday. The DA has had this case for 5 months. So the DA is what? Presenting it to itself? They've already had the case. They could, and if they decided not to go for a grand jury indictment, they could have charged him and then immediately arrested him. But so far, he's not been charged. He's been arrested. They're presenting it to the agency that's had the case. What is going on?
First of all, I'm going to bet, and we didn't talk last night. We texted a little bit,
Right.
But I'm going to bet the first thing you thought is, like I know, that if there's an arrest on Thursday, that usually means a Thursday indictment. So I'm going to bet that you probably had the same reaction I did, which was it's a grand jury indictment.
It was a grand jury indictment.
Then when you find out it's not a grand jury indictment, you say, oh, the DA must have filed a complaint, meaning they just filed the charges, and instead the probable cause hearing is going to be a preliminary hearing. Well, you go onto the sheriff's website, and guess what? There is no case with a case number. He's just being held. And key fact, he's being held at the 77th Street station, which is an LAPD substation, which means LAPD arrested him, is keeping him at a substation, did not take him to the county jail and have him processed by the sheriff, which speaks volumes here. You want to know what I'm hearing?
Yes, and then I need an answer to why they're doing this. But yeah, what are you hearing?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, first of all, as we have talked about, the LAPD was at odds with the medical examiner's office.
By the way, if I can interrupt on that, we have been told by a high-level source in LAPD that the medical examiner did find that this was a homicide, that they've ultimately concluded it was a homicide, because for a long time they were uncertain they would ever be able to say what caused her death or what the manner was.
And your source, you're just where I was getting.
Yeah,
your source is absolutely right, because in the timeline, the LAPD and the medical examiner were at odds. The medical examiner was not saying that. Just recently, the medical examiner has apparently revived or has come up with or has come to the conclusion to a medical certainty that it's a homicide. Guess what happened then? Have you heard what happened then? LAPD then tried to get the DA's office to then file. DA's office apparently wouldn't file. So LAPD said, oh, okay, you're not going to file. We're going to go arrest David. We're going to arrest him on a Thursday afternoon. You know why that's significant? Because in LA, we have this quirk, even though I believe it's unconstitutional and does not comport with the San Bernardino case, where if they arrest you late on a Thursday afternoon, you don't get in front of a judge until Monday morning. And that's constitutionally.
You got to stop for a second. Back this up. Are you telling me that you're hearing that the DA was not ready to file charges and the LAPD said, screw you, we're gonna just arrest him when the DA wasn't ready to file charges? Is that what you're saying?
There is exactly what is happening right now, which is why there is no complaint, why the DA says it's been presented to us, which you outlined is talk about performative arts or theatrics.
I am
Who
shocked.
was leading? What office went to Judge Richmond and got the order? The DA's office. They on behalf of LAPD. What office went in front of the grand jury and hassled witnesses?
The DA.
DA's office. What office dragged the Neo from out of state to LA to put him in front of grand jury?
The
DA's office.
But wait a minute.
Give
but
me
what,
another.
but-
There's
but-
only one other explanation if you want me to speculate, but let's go down here.
Well, no, hold on. Before you speculate, are you saying because that's what I'm hearing, that the DA was not ready to file charges? The LAPD got frustrated and said, we're just going to arrest him. You got 4 days to file. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
exactly what I'm hearing.
I don't understand that. But Mark, if they're not, if the DA is not ready to file charges and 4 days run out, then David walks free and LAPD has egg on its face.
No, LAPD is then going to point the finger at the DA's
And the
office.
DA's
and say,
office is going to say, we're not ready. Are you?
Yes. And that I'm telling you, that's what's happening. There's only one other explanation that makes any sense whatsoever. And the DA may embrace this if they decide this is too hot for them to just reject. And what the DA would say is on Monday that we've now looked at it, we're now going to file charges, and they'll do a press conference and they will do the performative arts theatrics that it took them over the weekend to finally realize that they had enough evidence.
Why would LAPD, be in a feud like this? I know what the feud is between LAPD and the medical examiner, but why would the LAPD feud with the DA's office on this? Because ultimately, the DA could just say, the LAPD jumped the gun. We never wanted them to do it, at least now, and that we're trying to get our ducks in a row. And then all of a sudden, the LAPD looks like, why did, you took battering rams and canine units and all these people, and it was for show because the DA wasn't ready. I mean, I don't understand it.
Well, look what's happened. When you say you don't understand, now this part I will tell you is speculation. The part about I don't believe that the DA thinks as of yesterday or Wednesday that they had enough to show they have to, when they file a case, they have to believe they can win the case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
That is not the standard for LAPD on an arrest.
But the LAPD can only hold him for 4 days legally. And if
they
they're
can
not,
only hold him technically for 2, but
because of the weekend.
They've kind of
Right.
the culture, yeah.
Okay.
The culture is they overturn the SCOTUS decision.
I understand, but if you're saying the LAPD is getting frustrated that he wasn't arrested, but he'll be back on the street on Monday if the DA isn't ready, unless you think this just forces the DA's hand which maybe the LAPD is thinking that they have to do it now. But if they
It's
do
exactly what the LAPD is thinking. The LAPD thinks that at this point they've played chess and their move was, we're going to arrest them on a Thursday. You've got 4 days to sit here and have the media kind of bubble up and You either file or you're going to look and they're going to say to the DA that the DA just has bungled this. They're going to blame the DA on this.
God, I want to make a phone call so badly right now, but I can't because
I
I'm doing
know.
this podcast. I know. So the LAPD,
And I'm surprised your LAPD sources haven't told you
they
that.
have not. Well,
Because
why would they say
wait,
that?
let me just ask you a question. When you realized last night, because we're filming this on a Friday,
Right.
when you realized it was not an indictment, the knee-jerk reaction was, it's Thursday, they got the indictment, they got him. And then you realize when you do the sheriff's search on the website that there's no case number and that it's a probable cause arrest by LAPD and he's still in a substation. Why wouldn't you call LAPD at that point?
We called, look, this is why I'm asking you, because it did not make sense to me. Why would they not first charge him and then arrest him, which is the way it works?
Which is the way it normally works. And by the way, I'm going to harken back to the Harvey Levin disclosure. I don't know if you remember this. I'm sure you do, but you said early on, months and months, maybe 6 months ago on this show, you'd never seen LAPD freeze up on a case, your sources like this case, right?
Yes.
And I'm telling you, there's a reason for that. I mean, part of it has to do with the culture there with the new chief, who's I think one of the best. And I don't often say that about police chiefs, but the problem is in this particular case, there was a great deal of frustration with the medical examiner, which is well documented at this point, which we called out in real time. And now I'm telling you, and by the way, if you can't get Beth Silverman, who is the one who was doing the grand jury, to be a rabid dog when it comes to a prosecution, there are substantial problems with your case.
Well, now, wait a minute.
They are, by the way,
So what
you should, if you had somebody in the Clara Shortridge Foltz courthouse, they are feverishly meeting in major crimes. And I'm not going to call out who's in that meeting because then they'll know who's talking. But we know exactly. Craig Hom is in there, Beth is in there, and two others, and Hockman is in there. It is they're feverishly collaborating right now as to what they're going to do.
So did the LAPD blindside the DA's office and arrest him without the DA knowing this was going to happen? Or did they just say, we're doing it whether you file, or how did this come down?
I don't know how it came down. The DA was not expecting.
So the DA was
not expecting, because the DA would have told him, halt, we're going to file a complaint. You got it up. You understand something. Name another single case that you can think of.
I can't.
Where there's been this kind of resources, where this kind of investigation, where the LAPD, first of all, there's never been a case recently that I can think of where the LAPD has been at odds with the ME since the Thomas Noguchi days. But besides that, why in the world would LAPD do it on a Thursday at 5:00 to force the hand of the DA before Monday in court?
So you're saying, I'm just so shocked at this. You're right. I mean, you told me before we started that this was like a bombshell, and I didn't believe you that it was going to be this. But you are saying that the DA was not ready to file this case. The LAPD has been frustrated because they wanted him charged, and they're figuring that we can force their hand by throwing him in jail and starting a 4-day clock where the DA has to file. That's
and by the way,
crazy.
It is crazy. And they're busy trying to come up with a cover story for what's going to happen. If they decide they're not going to file, let me tell you what, I'll give you the prediction. I know exactly what they're talking about. They're going to say, well, this was part of the investigative technique. We wanted to see if he made a phone call to somebody to tell them not to cooperate. We want to see if he would confess to something. We want to see if we could interrogate him, all at the substation. There is a reason that they got him at 77th Street and that they did not take him to IRC. If this was not performative, they would have taken him to the inmate receiving. They would have put him in the what's called the K9.
Yeah, and you know what? And you know what else, Mark? There were theatrics in this arrest. I mean, the idea that, this guy's standing there saying, "Where do you want me?" And he's, if you move, the dogs are going to bite you. And he's standing there, with a battering ram and dogs and all this. It felt, and it seemed like some people got tipped off to this happening too.
Oh, it was orchestrated from the get-go. Like, take a look at the tape. I wish you had the tape here.
Believe me, I know this. And it does kind of align with what you're saying, that they wanted this show of force to show that the LAPD was on top of this case. And
exactly.
And I have talked to multiple people in this case, and nobody could understand why they would do it before something was filed. And you're right, it's becoming the only viable answer, that they just got frustrated and wanted to arrest this guy.
Correct. They're sitting here saying we're now into April.
Okay.
You already punted us into 2026. We're not going to be deterred here, and you're going to have to figure out your escape strategy, which is, by the way, as we're taping this on Friday afternoon, and they'll come out and deny it on Monday. But I know for a fact they're all meeting right now. As we're taping this on Friday afternoon, there is an all hands on deck meeting in the DA's office,
and an all hands on deck meeting to figure out what the hell they're going to do, because this guy's in, right, and he could get out on Monday.
By the way, if you're a defense lawyer, if you're Blair Burke or you're Matt or you're one of the others who are handling this case, you could not, you never want your client to be arrested, but this kind of misstep is what a defense lawyer's petri dish.
Can I ask you something? Obviously, you're not going to give up names.
Dude, what if they just screwed this up? Like what he just said. Like, what if they really messed up their one chance doing this, which now gives the defense a grounds for different things that they did? That is not good that they did that. Dude, if LAPD just screwed this up, I swear to, this case makes me so mad. But I'm just going to take what these guys say. I'm going to wait to see what happens, because I got fooled by them yesterday. Clicked on their video that clearly said, you guys I bet you some of you guys in the chat did the same thing. Can't remember the exact title, but it said something like, Justin Bieber speaks out, P. Diddy's in big trouble. Well, I watched the whole freaking video, wasted my time, kept waiting, thinking, a lot of times they'll talk about different subjects, and I'm like, okay, they must be saving it for the end. Click through. Bam, nothing ever said that. Nothing was about Justin Bieber speaking out and Diddy's in big trouble. Oh my God, it made me so mad. And then I went to the comments, which I wish I went to the comments first. Next time I'm going to do it, because the first number one comment that people were liking is, not one time did they bring that up. Like basically telling people so they could click in the comments and just not have to watch the whole video, because it tells you right there they didn't bring it up. Yeah, I think that came out yesterday or the day before. It was recently, the last couple days. I was like, oh my God, Justin Bieber speaking out, No. Yeah, there was something about Justin Bieber, the Coachella. There's some Coachella stuff they talked about it, but nothing about him speaking out that's going to bust P. Diddy out. And then today, I see a short pop up, right, that shows from TMZ, and it has one of those AI P. Diddy in jail videos. And I kept like, I'm like watching it. I'm like, wait, this can't be AI. This must be legit. Like TMZ's putting it out. I don't think they would put out an AI fake video of P. Diddy. But then I'm looking through comments and they're AI. I'm like, yeah, because it totally looks like AI. Because how, I mean, it just, he's like has an arm around a girl and he's talking to some guy. And I'm just like, would, I mean, yeah, TMZ clickbaits, but would they put out AI and then claim that it's him? Because it says something, it like, it comes up and it says, not the real deal or something. And it's like, what? Like, why are you even putting that in the title saying like P. Diddy in jail or something about the title? And then you click on it and it's not, it's one of those AI videos. Oh, anyway.
But you've kind of made it clear. Can I make an assumption that this is a DA connected source of yours?
Absolutely. That's it. But I want to disclaim that it's anybody in the hierarchy of major crimes because I don't want to burn people who I consider to be friends. But it is not them. But by the way, a visit to the Clara Shortridge Foltz criminal courts building, it is all anybody is talking about.
Okay, I literally can't wait to end the podcast because I want to make a phone call. But before that, I want to tell you something else. And I think this is really interesting. So we have a source connected to the medical examiner's office. And we know that for a long time, their position was we cannot determine cause of death because the body was so decomposed. And that the police were really pushing for an answer, calling it a homicide, as opposed to an accidental death or an undetermined death, which is where it seemed to be possibly heading. And we were even told they may never be able to figure it out. Well, they have now said it's a homicide. I am assuming that one of the things the defense is going to do in this case is subpoena every communication, internal communication in the medical examiner's office over a period of months to know why it was so hard for them to reach a conclusion. Because then the question is, if you had such a hard time over a period of many months, how did you suddenly determine that it was a homicide? I'm assuming that's going to be a strategy of the defense here.
So this defense is not even going to need to subpoena. One of the interesting quirks here, and you just mentioned you interviewed Matt Murphy, who is a future podcast partner of mine and an ex-Orange County DA. There was a case out of Orange County. The Orange County DA's office took the position that the medical examiner was not part of the prosecution team. And the California Supreme Court said no. They invoked the U.S. Supreme Court, Kyles versus Whitley, and said, if the medical examiner is part of the prosecution team, because he's part of or she is part of the prosecution team, that evidence that tends to point towards you didn't do it, the accused did not do it, must be turned over as Brady material. In that case, I believe it's in Ray Brown in California. That case compels the DA to turn over that evidence, which I will tell you is probably in somebody's brain there in the DA's office. How the hell are we going to prosecute a case where we have an absolute duty to turn over all of the medical examiner pushing back against us, trying to get him to say that it was homicide? Right. That's why I say this is a defense lawyer's petri dish with what they're going to be able to do in this case.
Yeah. And my understanding is, I mean, they clearly have already come out and said that they're going to prove, they say, that David did not kill Celeste. I will go a step further, that my sense is that they're going to say she wasn't killed at all, that this is going to be some kind of an accidental death, an overdose. Because the sense I'm also getting is that they're not necessarily going to say that David didn't know that her body was in the trunk of his car.
Well, and there's a reason for that as well. And that's why the DA is so torn on this case. They've got evidence And we also,
Yeah.
again, I hate to keep touting it, but they've got evidence that shows or indicates or is consistent with the fact that he had knowledge.
Yeah. And then the question, if the jury is uncertain if this was an overdose, an accident, murder, that's the reasonable doubt they're looking for. But my understanding is just the way this is shaped up is that they're not only saying he didn't murder her. My sense is they're saying it wasn't necessarily even a murder. It wasn't a killing. It wasn't a homicide.
Also, if you play this out, one of the things that we were perplexed about is why did they drag this kid from the out of state who was a supposed witness?
Neo.
Yeah, and then did the Instagramming and did the other kinds of things where it looked like he was trying to put distance. And then next thing you know, he goes in for 45 minutes. He's out for 45 minutes.
And by the way, and from what I understand, and I believe what you understand, he was very close to David, and he said, "I don't know anything about this."
And once again, also a dry hole, so to speak, in terms of a prosecutor trying to bring a case.
So
you really want to?
I'm sorry. I'm stunned.
You want to get off of this podcast and you want to make
no,
calls,
I do. But it's so stunning to me that because you said yourself you're a fan of the new police chief.
I am. I think Jim McConnell is I think he's a law enforcement.
I've known him for a long time. Not well, but I kind of have.
For those who don't know, he used to be the sheriff of LA County.
I know.
I thought he was one of the best sheriffs that we've had.
Yeah, I agree. But this was, the theatrics here, the theatrics do align with what you're saying, that they wanted to make a statement. I don't think they didn't need to do it the way they did it.
Of course they didn't. And by the way, it's out of character to some degree if you think about it. Normally I've had the experience countless times. They'll accommodate you. They understand the problems with people who are high profile or even no profile where there's a intense media interest. LAPD goes out of their way to try to be accommodating. You don't have to. I could name cases you and I have both been affiliated with over the years where has been a constant theme. So the only way that you give any kind of import to this is exactly what is the scuttlebutt that's running around the criminal courts building.
So what about the grand jury? Because it was 4 months, almost 5. Now, it is kind of weird to me that if this grand jury is hearing all this testimony, why didn't they just make it a grand jury that was going to indict?
Because my understanding is DA did not present them and ask for that.
And that it seems now to be the case. That's what they're saying, that it was an investigative grand jury.
They say investigative, but they could go either way. They could have asked.
It
reminds me of when somebody tells me the client's a subject or a target. They talk about nonsense.
Exactly. So, if the police force the hand of the DA prematurely, how quickly can the defense go in and argue either insufficiency of evidence or defect in the actual charging document? What can the defense do if the police make the DA jump the gun?
So this is what the kind of the safety valve for the DA. The DA's now got, and that's what they're focused on like a laser right now. They've got to make a decision. Are we going to Monday, or are we going to have him release and say that there's insufficient evidence, we're continuing the investigation?
Which is a screw you to LAPD.
Exactly right. And they're going to say, yeah, you guys jumped the gun, blah, blah, blah. Then the defense is in a position that I don't know how you go forward after that, absent a confession or somebody saying I was there and this happened.
Well, they've scoured, they've gone everywhere with this grand jury.
Who knows? I mean, yeah, it would not be the first time somebody's been in a substation and there's somebody else in a cell that all of a sudden has a miraculous conversation. I remember 45 years ago that happening in a case that my father tried, where we later had to prove that it was physically impossible for the confession to have been made, but that didn't stop somebody from fabricating a confession by somebody who was in custody. I remember, you're old enough to remember Leslie White, who was featured in 60 Minutes, who was hoodwinking people left and right in the DA's office in Los Angeles County by concocting false confessions. So there's always, that's a defense lawyer's biggest nightmare in these kinds of situations. How do you get the client to insulate themselves so nobody fabricates a confession?
Yeah. Are you curious about how this medical examiner reached a conclusion of homicide so many months after they started looking?
No, I know what happens. I hate to say that, but once again, I'm a cynic. I've seen it often enough. If the medical examiner gets enough pressure, the medical examiner folds. They're not supposed to. They deny it. They get on the stand and they deny it. But unfortunately, that's what happens. A medical examiner is like any other human. You put enough pressure on them and they fold.
But they were in a feud with the LAPD, and they were in a very uncharacteristic way. They stood up to the LAPD, and they bristled at, the LAPD wanting to make everything secret. And so this isn't a medical examiner who shies away from confrontation. So,
well, the DA's office and the investigators had also gone outside of the medical examiner's office. There were other people who were consulted. There were other experts that were consulted. So it would very easily be one of these situations where they say, now we've got a forensic anthropologist. We've got a person who's an expert in a particular niche area of science, so-called science, to come in and render an opinion. And now based on that opinion, I was on the fence on undecided, and now I'm leaning towards homicide. The trial I had this year, I got a medical examiner to admit under cross-examination that in fact he had originally been undecided, and then more information was given to him and he changed his mind. I mean, there's nothing corrupt about that, so to speak, but you just have to kind of analyze what the steps are and what the thinking process is and whether they documented it in real time.
So we now know, based on our sources, that the medical examiner has said the manner of death is homicide as opposed to accident or undetermined. That doesn't necessarily mean that they know the cause of death, because we haven't heard that yet. How was she, if she was killed, how?
The manner of death is homicide is fascinating also. I mean, did your source say what that meant?
No.
What that meant?
No, just that it was an unlawful killing at the hands of another.
The hands of another. You could make an argument, by the way, that could be somebody who was slipped some drug that was laced with fentanyl.
Well, how do you? No, nope. The coroner can't determine who slipped the drug. I mean, the coroner looks at the body and looks at the forensics, but the coroner doesn't try the case and say somebody gave them.
But the coroner could say this is not a substance that would be found naturally producing in the body.
But that could be an overdose, Mark. That could be somebody.
Correct. But an overdose could still be. You could still fashion criminal or say it's a homicide, because you could say that the drugs that were given to the person go no farther than Matthew Perry.
Well, with Matthew Perry, I guess they did say did the coroner and Matthew Perry say overdose? I don't know that they said homicide.
There's ketamine intoxication,
right? But that's not
drowning. But it was a drowning. But that wasn't ruled. The coroner didn't rule it as accidental.
No, I think they said it was an overdose. I don't think. I think they did. I think they did.
Ended up ended up fashioning liability. I know,
Yeah,
because
well,
I
no, no,
defended
no,
the case.
no, no, no.
They
Of course,
ended up fashioning liability based on something that scientifically I think was impossible, but that's a whole different
well, no,
story.
no, no. The DA turned it into a homicide because they found out who was giving him the drugs and how many and all that. The court,
Actually, the DA wouldn't file it. It was the U.S. attorney who came
well,
up with
okay,
this fanciful theory.
fair enough. But I guess what I'm saying is that if I don't know if it's cocaine or heroin,
Right.
you know, that they're not going to be able to say
I agree, but if you did a
a
tox screen
homicide.
and you found fentanyl, then you surmise
People use fentanyl. People
I
actually knowingly
understand,
use
but
fentanyl.
people knowingly use ketamine. That hasn't stopped anybody. In fact, there are therapeutic uses for ketamine. That doesn't stop this particular medical examiner from saying different things about the use of ketamine.
Well, but
I mean, apparently, if you
I
believe what you read, titans of industry are regularly
using
using
ketamine. I know. So if somebody dies of a ketamine overdose, they're not going to say homicide. They're going to say accidental overdose, and that's
that's where we part ways. In the hands of a very clever prosecutor, they can ignore the science.
well, yeah,
and
the prosecutor can, but not the medical examiner. That's what I'm saying.
except the medical examiner at a certain point gets kind of pushed into a spot where they do something.
Okay,
Why do I feel like every time I watch this show, it's the battle of these two guys' egos? Because one person has different sources. They each have their own sources. They each have their own expertise. You know, like he's a lawyer. What's his name? Why do I always forget his name? This older guy, which I normally know his name, but I do forget it a lot. But he's a lawyer. He's a pretty famous lawyer that represents a lot of, you know, celebrities. But why do I feel like every time I don't watch the show that often? I feel like the first time I ever watched it was for this case. But why do I feel like it's always this battle between these two guys' egos? Like who knows more? Who has better connections? Who and what why can't I think of his name now? And I normally know his name. I'm sorry, guys. It's one of those days. I've been out of the loop for a while as far as I haven't done it live in a week. Has it been a week? But then before that, it was like another week, and before that, it was. So I haven't been doing that many. But I'm not gonna pretend that I always remember a lot of stuff as far as like specifics. Like I have a pretty good memory, but like I don't know, my recall is bad. But whatever. I feel like he interrupts him a lot. Um, I feel like he always kind of like feels like he's compete, and I feel like he wants to, because I feel like he's older, right? Unless if he just looks older. I feel like he is older, and he wants to have, he's the lawyer, um, and I just feel like I don't know how to put it into words, but it just feels like a battle of two egos all the time. Okay, yeah, right, Soul Madison. That's a good way to put it. Garagos, yeah, Garagos. Harvey. I don't know why I forgot both of their names. All right, so that's that. Don't know what to think. We'll wait till Monday because I'm not gonna, start freaking out and being upset until I see what happens. It is odd though. I mean, I do
want to
feel
make a
like,
phone call.
oh shoot, I do feel like they could be onto something. Like I do feel like maybe it's not quite as maybe it's not necessarily that they're like at heads like the DA's office in LAPD. Maybe it's more like it could. I mean, it really could just be like LAPD kind of jumped the gun a little bit and DA wasn't quite ready, but maybe it's not as extreme as what they're making it out to be. Maybe it's not the fact that like DA is going to be like maybe there's not the fact that there's a chance that DA is going to be like, "Oh, we're not ready." Maybe it was more like LAPD kind of was more ready before the DA, but the DA is like, okay, I'll try to get there by Monday or whatever. It might be not as extreme as what they're making it seem, but I do think that there probably is a little bit of truth, at the least, to this, that the DA wasn't quite as ready as the LAPD. I mean, there probably is something to that, I bet. but maybe it's nothing to worry about. Maybe they'll be all right by Monday. So I guess we'll see how that pans out. All right, so I wanted to read, let's read this, even though I know this came out yesterday, but I did not get to cover it yesterday. I want to read a part of this. So it says, sources told, audio was removed. What? Can you guys hear? Oh, that's, oh, you guys can hear me. Sources told ABC News the arrest is based on evidence and probable cause that was developed. So it was not an indictment. Los Angeles police said that the case will be presented to the district attorney's office on Monday for filing consideration. It's just weird choice of words. So LAPD said that they're going to present the case to the district attorney's office on Monday for filing consideration. I do feel like most of the time that already happens before they make an arrest. And I know then they have to arraign them, but usually I mean, I'm sure it's happened before, but I don't think it's that often that you see for a murder charge that before they even present it to the DA's office that they make their arrest. I mean, especially with something like this, that I can see if they want to hurry up and get somebody off the streets, and sometimes they'll try to find like a smaller charge to get them, you know, to get them detained or whatever. I've seen that a million times where they'll just try to find any charges that they can get them before they charge the murder charge. That's very common. But this is weird because this has been, what, 7 months or however long that they've had time, you know, all this time to go through it. So why not wait till it's presented to the DA's office before they arrest? They've already waited this long. You know what I'm saying? Take that extra week or whatever you need, present it, and then you have the probable cause, and then you arrest them. But what if there was some kind of talk where they had some kind of intelligence that David was about to flee? What if it's something like that, where they're like, shoot, if we don't get him this week, he's about to leave this weekend or something, or they have some kind of, you know what I'm saying? Some kind of source that's saying like David's about to go, he's about to flee to Mexico or something. Like, we got to grab him off before he leaves. What if it's something like that? I don't know. Maybe not. Cause I mean, they could just be watching him. Why not just like, but not, I don't know. Okay. So let me put, oh, I didn't finish reading this. Okay. So it says, let us be, oh wait, hold on, where did I skip? Okay, so source, where at for filing consideration. Okay. So yeah, Los Angeles police said the case will be presented to the district attorney's office on Monday for filing consideration. Attorneys for David maintain the singer's innocence. So their attorney put out the statement, or his attorney, David's attorney says, let us be clear. The actual evidence in this case will show that David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez and was not the cause of her death. The attorney's statement said, there has been no indictment returned by any grand jury in this case and no criminal complaint filed. David has only been detained under suspicion. We will vigorously defend David's innocence. An attorney for David's parents also issued a statement that said, David's parents believe in his innocence and support him wholeheartedly. Sources tell ABC that he's about to jump down. I'm going to put this back up because I think he's about to jump down. Why is it not going up? There we go. I think he's sitting right next to me on this little side thing, but the camera doesn't show it. But I think he's about to jump down. Okay, so sources tell ABC News that one of the major hurdles for the medical examiner was to determine the teenager's cause of death because the body being decayed in pieces. Much of the case waited on determining how Rivas Hernandez died to prove she was murdered. Investigators tell ABC News that they can prove the teen's death was a murder. Investigators say they spent months building a case, gathering evidence they could stand behind. ABC has learned the singer was arrested in Hollywood Hills on Thursday at around 4 p.m. LAPD released photos of officers in tactical gear in to make their arrest. Moving in to make the arrest. And these are those pictures on of them. What is he? What is that green thing he's holding? It does look like a big. What is this? That's a spike. Is he gonna put down a spike in case if he tries to? It doesn't look like a spike you put down to like. There's only one. I don't know. I guess he's not. Zeke's not getting down. Hey, baby. I know. I want you to lay in your bed so people could see how cute you are, Bubba's. Normally, I know I want you beside me, but I want people to be able to see you, Bubs. You're so cute. You're a handsome boy. All right, so that's that. Let's go. What else did I want to share? Mr. Man. We're gonna watch that. But hold on. Before that, let me play something. Oh no. I want to play today's interview with SF Investigate, but before that, I want to play an interview that I had not got to watch with you guys, and I have actually not gotten to watch all of this. I only watched little clips of it. It's from 9 days ago. So this would be before he was arrested, but it's still good if you guys haven't seen it. It's Ashley Banfield has SF Investigates on, and I think it's worth a watch. Okay, so here we go. And then I'll check to see if there's any updates that before, I end anything. See if there's any new updates so I don't leave the live and then find out there's a big update and I missed it.
Just use my.
Okay, here we go. So this is 9 days ago.
When we all sort of turned our attention to Nancy Guthrie in Arizona, you kept working diligently. Can you give me just a bit of a summary, and then we'll go more in depth, point by point?
Yeah, a lot has happened, but not so much public facing, which is a little frustrating because, we need the public's attention on this. This is a 14-year-old girl. It doesn't seem like too many people are in her corner. I mean, the public is, but there's some people that need to stand up here, I think, including her family, quite frankly. And, what's been going on is that there's been some court motions, court proceedings that have been taking place. It's come out now that there's no secret about the grand jury. There is a grand jury process happening, and they had subpoenaed David's mother, father, and younger brother. And they challenged that because they live out of state. They live in Texas. And that's been a process that's been ongoing. I don't know exactly where it stands because they were successful in sealing the records after we released the initial batch of public information. So they wanted them to testify in front of the grand jury. And, there was a lot of telling information in those filings. But they're
and I'll get
fighting.
to that. I'm going to get to that information because I think that was really your biggest break, was the information that you found in those filings. And I think that's opened a whole can of worms. But it's more than just that grand jury effort to subpoena the family members of David down, I think they're in a suburb of Houston. There's also that effort of the grand jury to subpoena David's friend. Where did that go and where does it stand?
So, we didn't really know that he apparently had been subpoenaed. We can't say for sure, but Neil Langston, who is somebody that is very close friends with him, was at the house often, and we have lots of evidence of that. He was arrested at his mom's house in Montana. And when I called the sheriff's department up there to find out, they said that they were serving a warrant for failure to appear to testify in Los Angeles. And they didn't say grand jury, but I think we can assume that was for grand jury. They did extradite him back to Los Angeles, and he got out on a $60,000 bond until I guess he could appear and testify. And then TMZ actually had a video of him I think appearing and leaving, actually, definitely leaving, as well as with the DA shortly afterwards arriving at the courthouse, but he only spent 40 minutes, according if TMZ is accurate, and that makes me think that there wasn't actually testimony. There's no way that it would be that quick unless he.
So just to be clear, TMZ has him, Neil Langston. I always get, is it Neil Langston?
Yeah.
Langston, yeah. They've got video of him going into the courthouse and coming out all within 40 minutes. And if anybody knows the grand jury process, it isn't going to be 40 minutes. Like,
No.
I think you once told me, look, just to get your name and your most critical information on the record is going to be the first 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk about particular grand jury proceedings. I have appeared at multiple for different cases, and the process of one, just when you arrive, checking in with the bailiff, making sure that you are who you say you are if you're going in front of a grand jury, then giving you the kind of the ground rules, then going in and being sworn in this big elaborate process where there's sergeant at arms and everything, and just asking you your name. Have you ever used a different version of that name? Or this and that? I mean, you're not getting anywhere in 40 minutes. It's going to be a multi-day process for somebody like Neil Langston, as far as I'm concerned.
What do you think that says? I know there's a school of thought here and there about what that means, but what are your thoughts about the whole lightning fast appearance?
So I think it means that he probably pled the fifth, and that he was there with counsel, and his counsel affirmed that he was representing him, and I think that they use that as leverage to say, listen, we're playing fifth, but you want to work a deal, offer us immunity of some sort, whatever deal they're looking for. I have a feeling what happened was they used that to let them know that was their intention, and they probably met a day or two later with whoever they needed to meet with on the DA side and worked out some sort of agreement, and probably then ended up giving the testimony that he had. Because Neo, and listen, I wish he would talk more often, but he hasn't talked. But he did come out last week, 2 weeks ago, and made a kind of a wild statement saying that he was now legally fine. He was legally fine, and that he had all kinds of information and had all the receipts. And he basically said, I've got everything they need. And so I can't imagine the DA would be super happy about him making that if they has the deal. But he came out with a really arrogant statement, which great. Where was this 6 months ago? Why did it take having to extradite you here? He's not some hero to me if he's been holding on to this information, and because he got a deal, he might have rolled on his friend. This is a 14-year-old girl that was chopped up and left in a Tesla, and I think I think certain people knew, even if they weren't directly involved, knew that she was in there, and to go around parading the fact that you've got all this information and you're legally fine, and ended it with a ha ha ha. It's tone deaf.
It's definitely tone deaf. There's nothing funny about any of this. In fact, it's just excruciatingly frustrating. There's so many areas that I want to go to with you on this. Like, the LAPD has treated this case in a very unusual way, the homicide division. They have sealed everything. They've even, I think, compelled the medical examiner to be gagged in this case. And there's something that's very incongruous about that. Walk me through the timing of that, what the reasons were that the LAPD gave for telling the medical examiner you cannot talk, and the medical examiner said that's crazy, we are allowed to talk, and why that doesn't sort of pass the sniff test now.
So, I know a lot of people think that the LAPD, we're going to have this court hearing to get it sealed, in anticipation of the report coming out. But I think it's a little different that, the medical examiner said that in the first week, after they identified Celeste, they received a request to put a security hold, which is the sealing of the records, put a security hold on the Celeste file. And a security hold is actually determined by the medical examiner. They have the right to approve it or deny it, and they denied it. And so that's why she was in the database. You were able to look up and see this, the status of her case. And then all of a sudden back when they filed, I think what happened was they said, we're denying it, but we'll give you a heads up when the autopsy report and investigative report is finalized. And if you want to try and get a court order, you can. And then all of a sudden we see them do an ex parte emergency hearing one day, and they get it sealed. And I think that's because the report was done. I do think there's a cause and manner of death established. And I think the report's done, and then they got it sealed. And the medical examiner did something I've never seen done before, to come out with a press release saying, we don't agree with this. We have to abide by it, but we don't agree with it. And we think that it is a better public record or public knowledge.
And wasn't this like back, I want to say around end of November? I mean, it's been months. It's been months and months.
I think it was November 21st, if I remember right. Yeah.
Okay. So if one of the reasons that the LAPD gave was because they wanted their detectives to see things before the public saw things. And I get that. That makes sense. But that was November 21st.
Yeah.
Right? So how many months has it been? How long does that homicide squad need before public record can be public?
Well, and that's just it. We haven't seen we've seen no actual press conference about this case, even though it's high profile. We haven't gotten any updates. So we've gotten two written short press releases from LAT, this being one of them, where they said the purpose of this, the sealing, getting the record sealed, was to make sure that detectives and robbery homicide unit got the information before the press and the public got it. That's understandable. It should have some sort of, I believe, date when the sealing falls off. But here we are months later. They have that information. And when they ended up by saying, this is not in an effort to undermine transparency. Well, then why is it still sealed? Why is it still, is it because there's going to be public outrage when they find out what really happened to Celeste and wanting to know why there's not any movement, any answers yet? And you don't want that heat.
I mean, 5 months is a long time. 5 months is a long time for, saying that your detectives need to have access, to the information first. But didn't they also say something like at that time, and I may have this sort of foggy, but didn't they also say something about, we don't even think that necessarily a crime has been committed here other than concealment of a body? What?
Well, so that was the other press. That was the first press release. And so the two they come out with were outright, I'm just going to say they're outright lies, because the first press release, this is before anybody, there was talk about possible dismemberment and then not, but nobody had ever said that. And then they came out with a press release saying, the only, there might not be any crime in this case beyond criminal culpability for concealment of a body, which is a misdemeanor. And so that made you go, okay, well, she can't be dismembered then. It's got to be like an overdose and somebody made a bad decision and they're like, what do we do? And then we find out she was dismembered, and because of a sloppy filing that they did that wasn't sealed. And
let me get to that in a second. Continue your thought. I'm going to get.
I'm going to show this real quick, and we'll go back to this. Check this out. Hold on. Let me take a couple pictures so we can zoom in. Hold on. I'll be right there. I want to show you a couple pictures, but let me screenshot or let me save them so I could.
Why you found out that she was
a lie. They
dismembered.
knew. Detectives knew she'd been dismembered. There's no way that it was concealment of a body. That would have been mutilation of a corpse, and that's felony at very minimum. So that was a lie. And then the only other press release we get out of them is a lie too, when they say this is not being done to undermine transparency. And 5 months later, we still don't have that unsealed. So those are not genuine, and they're not. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's. It's a 14-year-old, and I don't think I just feel like they're playing hide the ball to an extent. I understand there's some things that can't come out. But
I was just going to say I'm always willing to give the benefit of the doubt, and
sure,
so I'm going to back off from saying that they're
yeah,
lying. It is uncomfortable to hear them say concealment of a body when in fact they knew that she had been dismembered, which I'm
yeah,
getting to, and maybe 5 months isn't enough for them to get their detectives to see everything before we do. I think
yeah,
it's crazy, but I'll give them that in terms of just I won't
yeah.
say that they're lying. I'll just say that it seems like
No,
obfuscation to
I
me.
mean,
But
yeah, that's me saying it, not you. I know that, but
so
I'm just
let's
at
go
that
to
point.
how you found out, because you found out that Celeste was actually dismembered and in 2 bags.
Yeah,
She was in a cadaver bag, and then the way the affidavit's written is like another bag. Whether
yeah.
it's two cadaver bags or a cadaver bag and something else, we don't know. But the cadaver bag held her head and torso, according to your reporting in the affidavit, and the second bag held her arms and legs. How was it you found that out?
So there,
Okay, let me just break this up a little bit because I do want to watch the rest of this because he does say some things about the other girl, other minors or girls that he had, that David had at the same time as Celeste when the Valentine's Day where Celeste ran away and he had another girl at another house, which I've actually known that for a while, but I wasn't allowed to say anything, which I didn't because if I'm told something that I can't say it, I don't. But now it's out. He said it 9 days ago, so it's okay to talk about it. But so yeah, I've known that for a long time actually. I think I've known it before he knew it because I was told that the person I used to talk to had told me it, and then she had given him SF her contact and stuff. So but yeah, that's interesting. And that was the main reason I wanted to play this. I didn't realize how long this was that he talked because I just seen clips where he was talking about that, and that's what I wanted to show you. I didn't realize that he was on that long talking before that. But let me just show you a couple pictures first, and then we'll go back to that because it is interesting. If you guys aren't aware of that. All right, hold on. Let me add these to my. Okay, so some of these things I had already had before, and then some things I just saw. So this was from Facebook. I just saw. Check this out. Pictures released from after the arrest. So this is the house. They must have busted the door. Okay, and then we have. Check it out. Not so nice after it's been lived in and stuff. Look how crappy it looks now that David freaking destroyed it. Well, I mean, I guess it's just lived in, but this is that nice little patio that I was like, man, that'd be nice to just chill in. It looks kind of crappy, but this is after the arrest. Huh, interesting. Credit to Facebook. And then we got his pool. So this is, like I said, real time after the arrest. Interesting. And we got this and this. Somebody took a picture of the window, I guess, with, yeah, look. Remember the fridge is like right here, that nice fridge and the stove and stuff. But okay, this is all his food he had. He's got flour, Chick-fil-A sauce, ketchup, those pretzels, ragu, Clorox, bagels. I don't understand why doesn't he have that in the cupboard? He has it all out on the table. That's kind of interesting. Got trash bags. Like he's just got it all out. Peanut butter. Unless they took it all out going through the house. Do you think they took all that out when they went through the house and searched it? Maybe that's why. I couldn't tell you. You would think because these stuff, like, why would he have all this stuff together? So maybe they went through and took everything out of the cupboards to search. Probably more likely. And then check this out. This was at Coachella. This was up in the sky at Coachella. Coachella. Look at this. How crazy. It says Celeste is a liar and it was out up in the sky. I don't even understand what is that made with. That don't even look like, the planes will do uh the smoke. Why that don't even look like that. What is that even? It says, has anyone been following the Celeste and David case? Um and how he's finally been arrested, I don't know about charged yet, even though every and all clues pointed at him. How the internet solved the case before the cops even thought to look at him. Or, in my opinion, they were on to him since day one, but needed more time to charge him. Or am I completely wrong? But anyway, this was spotted at Coachella. And yes, it's real, as my hubby's friend is there and seen it. So, no, it's not Photoshop or AI. He has no clue about this case, and I thought it was somebody cheating. That's true. How is she a liar? If I think it's just coincidence. It's probably about another Celeste, and it's just kind of crazy that there was some movement in the case, and then then this happens. When is this? Because is it this weekend or last? Would that be this week? Is that today? This weekend, maybe? Or was that last weekend at Coachella? Or is it this weekend? I don't know. Sounds like it's like today. How freaking crazy. It's just weird because, yeah, it doesn't make sense that Celeste is not a liar. That wouldn't even make sense for him to write that or that to be. Because it wouldn't be her that's lying, even if it's somebody that is like, oh, David's innocent, that wouldn't make sense anyway. So I think it's just coincidence that somebody else, and it just happens to land on the day after he was arrested, which is crazy. But I can't make sense of it being that Celeste though, because why would somebody call her a liar? You know what I'm saying? Like these comments are saying. I think it's about a cheater and not about that Celeste. I'm pretty sure the internet didn't solve it. I'm fairly certain the police were on him since the beginning. I agree with that. That's what I was like. What do you mean the internet didn't solve it? She was in his car. They just took a while to build the case. Of course, of course that was their number one suspect. It wasn't like they had no idea who's our suspect, but the internet. Oh my God, yep, the internet. Oh, the internet's saying it's David. Let's look into him. That's not absolutely not how it happened. I'm not trying to act whatever, but it's obviously that was their number one suspect from the beginning. Now the internet could have helped them like with some clues or some evidence that they found through like sleuthing. I won't deny that, but of course that's who they were looking at the whole time. Oh, here we go. He back. Okay, so which one's better? Which one do you guys like better? This one or this one has like a I don't know. Anyway, so that's interesting. How crazy is that? Celeste the liar. Just I think it's a big coincidence, which is kind of crazy. Here's another picture of it. This one's a little bit more, but that just shows you it's two different people posting it. So here's another one. So you could see it's not AI or anything. But what's this? Look, wonder what that says. But what is that? I don't understand how that's made in the sky. With what? Is that smoke? That can't, like, how? I don't know. The way that that's written, usually when it's like with the smoke, with the plane or whatever jet, it's continuing because it's one plane writing it. There's like spaces and differences like that doesn't. I don't know what that's made with. Any ideas, or am I an idiot and it's obvious what it is? Because I can't tell. Is that a light? Or like, how did they make that? I mean, it looks like, of course, your first thought is like, is it the smoke, or how they do it with the smoke? But it's like, how? Like, that doesn't even look like that's possible to do it that way. Is it a firecracker maybe that happened and it set it and then it smoked? Or is it some kind of light? Drones? Yeah. But how many drones would it take to make that? Let me zoom in here. Let me save the other one off of Facebook and then zoom into it. Hold on one second. Hold on. No, I put the wrong one. Shoot. Okay, save. All right, so I'll zoom into it and see. One second, let me pull that up because this one's a little bit clearer. It's sideways, but it looks a little bit more like they took it when it first happened, where it's so much clearer. The other one looked like it was sitting for a little bit before they took it. Okay, so hold on a second. And we're gonna finish watching that other video though, because if you haven't seen that other video that we were watching, I should have found the part that I really wanted to show you, but I didn't realize he was on that long. Or I would have just found the clip. I thought, oh, we could just watch it all. It's probably only like 10 minutes, but no, it's like 40 minutes. So maybe I'll try to skip and find that part that I really wanted to show you. But let's see. What the heck, dude? The thing that gets me is the little spaces. That's why I keep thinking of light or something, because the little dots, it's like written with little dots. If it was like a jet stream, it would be like smooth, one stroke. Crazy, dude. I have never, I don't know. This is the first I've ever seen anything like that. That's as much as I could zoom in. Like, what? There's that plane that was flying too. Wonder if that plane's somehow doing it. Wait a minute. Is that say that on that and it's somehow reflecting, like a light reflecting off of that maybe? Does that look like that could be saying Celeste? And it doesn't really look like that says Celeste is a liar. But you know, you see what I'm saying though? And that somehow is reflecting some kind of light out. Maybe I sound stupid, but like somebody's taking that from the car. You can see a reflection. But I mean, no, I don't think that's what that says. That's just, it's got me. I'm lost. Okay, so then this too, check this out. This was recent. Okay, so look, this is Wendy. If you guys, I don't think I ever really talked about her on the case. I've definitely knew who she was and looked into this, but I never got that far. I always thought, you know, maybe that'll be a video I'll talk about talk about it. But I always put it off because I wasn't quite ready and it didn't seem too relevant or ready to talk about that whole situation. But there's no situation, but just I don't know. I didn't have enough to just kind of like feeling out like what could be the reason to, you know, put her at the forefront of like, you know, putting all the attention on her as far as uh if it could offer some kind of like knowledge or whatever. And I mean that in the best way because, you know, I don't mean the attention. I just mean because sometimes it could cause like bad attention, you know, because people on the other side could just start attacking the people. But anyway, so this is Wendy. This is Celeste's cousin, okay? So she says, finally now I can get a good night's sleep tonight, okay? Talking about David's arrest. Then it says, I'm not scared of you anymore. That's what you get for threatening me, you piece of shit. So if she indeed is talking about David, which I do believe that, because I mean, the timing, he threatened her? That's interesting. When do you think that happened? If you've been following some of her posts, it's always directed at someone, but like, no, I shouldn't say always, but a lot of her posts are like directed at someone, but it doesn't say who. And I always, and I think most of us assume, well, most of the time it's at David, because she'll write things like this, where it does seem like that's who it's directed at. So yeah. I don't know. That's interesting now. If he threatened her, I would like to know more about that. So maybe it'll come out. And then here is SF's post that he made after the arrest that I hadn't read it yet. I'm sure a lot of you guys seen it, but I'll read it in case if you guys haven't. So he says, I have been vocal about my belief that there is not yet enough evidence to charge David with homicide. They could start with lesser charges in the name of justice and then stack the homicide charge on top once they make the case. In California, an adult who conceals a minor runaway from their parent can be charged with child abduction. I do not believe David could use a defense that he didn't know she was a minor and a runaway. David and Celeste appeared in the Delete Everything video in January of 2024 before she first ran away. She was reported missing the first time on February 15th, 2024, and last seen on February 14th. Remember her teacher that told the class that law enforcement had found her at the house in the Hollywood Hills? People knew who Celeste was hanging out with. Back in 2025, I requested the investigative file from the LAPD West Hollywood Sheriff's Station, or LASD, regarding any witnesses and suspects interviews related to Celeste staying with David at the house in 800 block of Doheny. Wait, hold on. I read that weird. So regarding any witness and suspect interviews related to Celeste staying with David at the house in 800 block of Doheny. In November, they sent me a letter confirming these files did exist and referred me to the Riverside Sheriff's Department, who opened the missing persons report, and LAPD, who were investigating agencies. Wait. Wait a minute. Wasn't he the one preaching for months that she wasn't at the 800 block of Doheny? He was telling us we were all crazy for saying that? Am I like... I just thought of that. He was denying that rental place for the longest time. Now he's like, wait, that's kind of... Back in October he requested that? Dude, that means the whole time he's calling us... Well, not me personally, but all of us... I should say us as in just everybody saying that we think... I seen him fight with people about that, saying that we think that that's where she was staying, and he claimed that David didn't stay there. He just used it as Airbnb. She was staying somewhere else. She wasn't staying there. What? He argued with people. I'm not trying to be drama, but dude, I seen threads where he was arguing with people about that address. Wow. Okay. Sorry. I had to say it. I'm done. You guys, I'm not a big fan, but I know he has, he has a lot of information, but that's freaking not right. Are you guys, does anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm kind of upset. I've seen that for months, him getting at people about that 800 block of Doheny and saying they were full of it and they need to stop. Anyway, in November, they sent me a letter confirming these files did exist and referred me to a Riverside department who opened the missing persons report, and LAPD, who were the investigating agencies. No, read this again, Hope. Related to Celeste staying with David at the house in the 800 block of Doheny. I didn't misunderstand that. He clearly says witnesses interviews related to Celeste staying with David at the house in the 800 block of Doheny. That's the specific thing I'm talking about. We all said that's where we think she was staying, and he told us we're all crazy. Not me personally, but the group of people that kept saying, we think David wasn't staying there. He just rented out for Airbnb. No, Celeste was staying somewhere else. Trust me. Wow. I don't know. I'm sorry, but that makes me upset. I mean, because he would call people names and be really rude to people for saying that. Anyway, but I always do. I was like, no, that there's so much evidence that points that way. That's where she was at. All the pictures, every picture that showed her, the scream, every picture that showed her and David together, you could show exactly that it was at that exact house. So I mean, I knew that we were right, but I just didn't understand why he kept arguing with people. Okay. Wait, why are you confused? I don't understand what? I just read it. What do you mean? Okay, the fact that there is an investigative files means it's almost certain that the law enforcement interviewed David, likely Celeste herself. Can you guys see? Oh yeah, look at Zeke passed out. Without a doubt, they would have informed David that Celeste was a minor and reported a missing person. And no, so if you, the one of the girls that he's talking about, that's he talks about in this interview that I started playing, that we'll play with Banfield. He talks about the girl in the pictures with him, and the girl, one of the girls that was at the mansion. Okay, so there's two separate places, right? Which we all have been saying, and he was arguing about this. So, um, you had the Verio or whatever that was the mansion that was, when they say LA mansion, the one that was raided, or not raided, but the one they searched, the one that he was living at the time of the tour, right? February 14th, Valentine's Day, when Celeste ran away, okay, he goes on to talk about this, that what there was two, he was going back and forth between two girls. One was at Doheny, which would be Celeste, was at the Doheny mansion or house, whatever you want to call it, and the other girl was at the other mansion. And he was going back and forth between the two girls, and they didn't know about each other. So yeah, Celeste was at Doheny, trust me. Um, and he knows it. I mean, so whether he found that out later and then just pretended that he never argued and that he never said that, maybe because he realized he was wrong and just act like he, I don't know, who knows, but he did argue that for months with people, trust me. Okay, so the fact that there are investigative files means it's almost certain that law enforcement interviewed David, and likely Celeste herself. Without a doubt, they would have informed David that Celeste was a minor and reported a missing person. Once Celeste was back in his presence after that date, he's open to harboring a minor or abduction charges. And I agree with that. I mean, he did. I agree with everything he's saying here. I'm saying he wasn't saying that before. So the thing is either he realized he was wrong and he just wants to pretend that he never was wrong and that's what he always said, or he was just arguing with people for the heck of it. I don't know, but he was really mean to some people. I wish I think I have the screenshots somewhere. People used to send them to me, all the argument but back and forth that he would have. I don't know if I ever saved them though. They were in like text messages that people sent, because I would just read them and be like, because I'm not gonna sit there and make that what my videos are about. I wanted to focus on the, the case, and what I already knew. I already knew she was at Doheny, so I did that video showing that all the pictures and the videos with David is at that 800 Doheny. Okay. If you're confused, maybe you're confused because if you look at both mansions, they're both on they both seem like they're on Doheny, right? But when I say 800 Doheny, I'm talking about I'm gonna recommend that one video I did. Mods. Any mod can find that video where I talk about the different mansions. If you could put it in the chat maybe to help me out, because that could explain people that are maybe confused. Because they both do appear that they're on the same street. So that's maybe what you're getting confused about. But anyway, they're not. I mean, they're not the same place, I should say. Talking true crime. Hey girl, what's up? Oh yeah, I agree, story times. I'm not saying living hope. He clearly says what I'm saying is what he's saying at the beginning of this is exactly what we've been saying the whole time. I don't have to use the word living, staying with David. So she's for a period of time she was staying with him at the Doheny, which 800 Doheny, which we've been saying for months, and he's been arguing with people. He clearly says it in this. So that's what it just confuses me because he would argue that for months. That's all I'm saying. So it's nothing that we didn't know. Of course he was staying at. Of course she was staying at Doheny. I'm not saying she lived there forever, but she was staying there for a period of time because that's where all the pictures and the live stream was. And now she could have been other places too. I'm not saying like she stayed there and she never moved. She was there the whole time. Yeah, she probably had friends and would stay, but when she was with David, she was staying there most of the time with David. You know what I'm saying? When she was with him, all the pictures and everything point that that's where they probably hung out, was at that house. I'm not saying she never went to the other house or she never went anywhere else, but I mean, he worded it perfect in this. That he wants to see some of the interviews where it proves that she was staying with David at 800 Doheny, at some points, not forever, but at some points. And that's enough. I mean, she was missing, she was a minor, and he was aware of it after February. After that whole email went out February 19th, he was aware that she was a minor and her family reported her missing. He was very aware, and so was his management. And that's why it's so messed up that back then, July, so months later, she's backstage with him at another show after they're all aware. And I'm not yelling at you guys. I'm mad because the whole situation with David and stuff. So he and everybody around him. So he's aware. They're aware of that now. So that is a crime. So they can't pretend. That's what he's saying. They cannot pretend. Nobody could pretend after that they didn't know that she was a minor or missing, because then he was aware of that. Okay. So that's a crime, that's all. But so if, after the fact, she's staying with him again, I mean, it's just messed up. Anyway, missing person. Once Celeste was back in their presence after that day, he's open to harboring a minor in abduction charges. I also have proof that he had an ongoing illegal relationship with another minor at the exact same time this was going on with Celeste. This proof includes a statement from the minor and dozens of photos that include the minor and David. Yes, law enforcement is aware of this relationship. I'm also aware of a third minor. This is a pattern. Why charges are not being filed for this pattern of abuse against minors is beyond logic to me. It's as if it's a homicide or nothing. How about justice for all the victims and stopping this from happening to someone else? We have to keep the pressure on. So yeah, that's what I was talking about. There's an instance that on Valentine's Day, that date that she was reported missing, the day after that she disappeared on Valentine's Day, that he had her at one of the houses and the other minor at the other house. At the time, they didn't know of each other, and he was basically having two girls at separate houses, and none of them knew the other one existed. One of them being Celeste, the other being somebody else that I'm not going to say who, because I mean, it's a part of the investigation, but I was aware of this for I feel like before he was even aware of it. So hopefully, I'm hoping, that's probably going to be up. See, I don't know if they could maybe somebody help me. Is there any lawyers in the chat? Can they use that as a part of the murder investigation? Would they bring in like him potentially dating another minor, and then let's say she wants to be a witness and say that against him? I don't know if that would make it in on a murder charge of another person. I could see it maybe if, I don't know. Would that be allowed? I don't even know if that would. I mean, I guess they could no, I was going to say they could use it to show that but she wasn't even aware of Celeste at that time. So I don't know how that would work. A statement like an interview? Or oh, can you send me? Where did they make a statement? You don't just mean the general statement where they believe in his innocence. Where at? Let me know. Anyway. Yeah, this is a general thing that they say, though. It doesn't mean that that specific thing exists. It just means that they're sending them to a different agency that's handling investigations. Um, I've been making a lot of requests lately, guys. So, yeah, I haven't been live lately, but I've been doing a lot of research and I've been trying to uh, get better at requesting files and getting more acceptances and just learning more about it because it's always a learning game because everything's different for each case, for each county. So I've been really researching. Putting in a lot of requests. Just kind of, I'm trying to find like random cases that just not oversaturated. Hopefully, you guys will still be interested in some of the stuff. I'm trying to find some like unheard of cases. Because I mean, every case is important. A murder's a murder, and uh, I don't. There's some cases that just get more attention, but it doesn't mean the other cases should not. So I was trying to, since like some of these big cases, I mean, millions of channels are covering it. So I'm just trying to find stuff that like nobody else is covering. So I've been trying to learn how to find those cases that aren't heard of, and I actually learned a lot this week. So I have been doing stuff. I haven't just been not doing anything. So I've learned a lot. I've made a lot of requests. I have one that already came through. I have to pay, so I mean it's kind of a lot. So I'm trying to like outweigh. It's an unheard of case. Hopefully people will be interested in it. If I should do it or maybe just there's like 26 body cams. So it's like maybe I should just pick and choose which body cams, but then what if I choose ones and there's really good ones and I choose the wrong ones? So I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. But I made a bunch of requests, so fingers crossed. All right, so I don't know why I just rambled off on that. Where are we at here? So, because he's talking about requests. Yeah, that's a pretty common thing to push you off to another agency. It doesn't seriously mean that exists. It just means that if it exists, that's where you'll get it. All right, so that's interesting though. That's just the chances are, if this is from today, that the day after, like, that's just so crazy. Maybe it's a sign. Well, no, I don't want to look at that as a sign no, because that's saying she's a liar. Never mind. Yeah, I think that's just unrelated, but it's just weird. Okay, so let me see what else. Hold on. Let me see what else I had in the file that I wanted to go over. So we went over that. I did want to do. Let's watch the rest of this video, and then I want to cover one more thing. That one video. And I can't take credit for this next thing I want to go over. Somebody else has been sending me stuff. They send me a lot of stuff, and normally I don't see a lot of the stuff that they're finding because they're trying to. How do I describe this? But this one, I kind of want your opinion on it. It kind of caught my eye, and I'm like, wait a minute, there might be something to this. So don't leave. And if you don't want to watch this interview, come back in a little bit because I need your opinion. But let's finish this. This interview is interesting though. This is where he goes on to talk about that. Let's see. I might skip forward though. Let's see how much we got.
There was an effort to subpoena David's mother, father, and younger brother, who all live out of state in Texas, and that's a little different process to compel somebody to testify in front of a grand jury because they have to cross state lines. And so, but they did serve these subpoenas, and they filed a writ of habeas corpus. Each of them did, saying that their due process rights have been denied because of the affidavits they received explaining why they were being material witness were heavily redacted. And they said, we can't tell if we are or aren't because of the redactions. And so they filed the writ of habeas corpus with an appeal court.
So just to be clear there, the family of David are saying, What the hell do you want with us? Why
Right.
are we material witnesses? When we look at the paperwork, it's all blacked out and scratched out. We
Right.
don't even know what the heck it is you want from us. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're fighting the process down in Texas against the
Texas.
California prosecutor, and it was one of the filings that you saw.
What's that?
It's one of the filings that you ended up seeing that had all this
what
information.
happened, we saw that, and that was a rather short filing. There wasn't much detail in that, and what happened, and
oh shoot! It was right next to it. This update was right next to the one I had. I just missed it. This was before that. Okay, let's watch. Let's see. This is the parents' arrest. See, I need to like pay attention when I bring something up. I was just trying to find this one because somebody recommended it, but I should have looked at all these. What is this one? All right, so let's do this one first. So this is what you guys were talking about. Let's see. This says David's parents aren't surprised he's behind bars on suspicion of murdering Celeste Rivas, but they don't plan on giving up on their son. The Texas-based attorney representing Dawid, I forgot how to say his name, Dawid Burke and Colleen Burke, tells us David's folks are obviously upset and sad for their son, but they were well aware this was a strong possibility. As we've reported, LAPD's viewed the singer as their suspect in the case for several months. Wait, David's folks are obviously upset and sad for their son, but they are well aware that this was a strong possibility. As we've reported, LAPD's viewed the singer as their suspect in this case for several months. Wonder if this is really a current photo, huh? Is this like after the news came out? So, Schaefer says the Burkes didn't speak to David after his arrest Thursday evening, but he's uncertain if they had a chance to do so on Friday. The attorney does think the LA County DA's office will probably charge David with Celeste's murder. And the Burkes are planning to fly out to LA to be there for their son. As you know, a heavily armed police. We already know that. Okay. 7 months after Rivas's mutilated body was found. 7 freaking months it took. But hey, as long as justice happens, why rush it, right? February, the grand jury called his parents to testify, but they've been fighting it. So that's what actually they were just talking about in that interview. Okay, so David obviously trusts his parents. Remember back in September, he transferred 2 of his Texas homes to his mother's name. Okay, so let me go back to that other one though. See what that is. This a new one? Yeah.
These eyes blink.
These eyes wink. And these eyes.
Oh my God. Is that even copyright? I swear these freaking ads are ruining my video. A former homicide prosecutor in California says the severe decomposition of Celeste's body shouldn't be a huge hurdle in the murder case against David. Matt Murphy, who prosecuted murder cases, this is that Matt Murphy. They were talking about that in that video we were just talking about, where I guess he said future podcast co-host or whatever. So I guess maybe there's a podcast with him and Garagos coming up. Anyway, Matt Murphy, who prosecuted murder cases for 2 decades down in Orange County, joined us Friday on TMZ Live, and based on that experience, added his 2 cents on David's arrest. The critical piece of evidence is Celeste's manner of death, and a high-ranking LAPD source told the LA County medical examiner ruled her death a homicide. David's arrest Thursday came 7 months after Celeste's chopped up and decomposing body was found in the trunk of the Tesla. And a source connected to the medical examiner previously told us that they had trouble determining the manner of death because of the state of the body when it was found. Matt says that there are murder cases that get prosecuted even without a dead body, and he explains why he doesn't see this being a problem in David's case. That is true. I mean, there is cases, so they wouldn't have a cause of death for those, you know. We also asked Matt about LAPD arresting David and saying they would present the case to the DA on Monday, even though the DA's office has already been investigating for months by convening a grand jury. Let's just say Matt has a much different take from Harvey, but either way, he says the biggest thing is just getting justice for Celeste. All right. I don't even know. I kind of don't even want to finish watching that Banfield now. Let's see. I kind of want to skip forward, but I don't want to miss it. Can I put it on double speed, maybe?
Actually, they lost that hearing, but then they filed an emergency motion with a different appeals court, and they were granted a stay through that, and so that meant the court wanted more information. They wanted to prove, that they were material witnesses and whatnot. So a rather extensive affidavit was filed, which showed from the LA court, it showed that, the state of California versus David Burke, and it listed, it said that he was suspected to have committed one count of murder 187. And which is, murder forethought in California, and
Premeditated murder.
Yeah. And it went into detail. It was the whole filing was 156 pages, but that included David's family's, responsible now. But it went in to say that the Tesla was was called in by neighbors as abandoned, and it was picked up on Bluebird and taken to a tow yard, which we all know, and that because of the amount of the smell and the amount of flies that were accumulating around the car, the manager called, detectives came over, they made entry into the car, realized it was a human body, and then called the medical examiner out after getting a search warrant, and they found her. They said they opened one cadaver bag, which on top, and they unzipped it and saw a head and torso. And then upon the medical examiner removing that, they found a second black bag underneath that held her limbs. And
so
that's heartbreaking.
That information, by the way, heartbreaking is the least of it. But, that information had been kept from the public.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea? Was it a mistake that they put that in the paperwork when they were trying to get the Texas
we filed, right? And things, it's the first time we had seen that, and then all of a sudden this one we get more detail, because what they have to do is they have to make the case to this, like, to an extent I can understand people.
The shit that you've been going through.
Yeah, I was very honest on Twitter. I was in a situation, and I can't get too deep in the weeds about it, but I was in a situation where, in this case, and where I was at the courthouse, I was handed a handwritten note on a piece of scratch paper saying that I needed to show up, would be the next business day. But I think it was like a Friday, and it had to be there Monday. I had been called her. So I was saying, sure.
Rear tomorrow at 8.
There cases. I got to get a call. So they said that they were in the courtroom asking when I was going to be.
Wait, what if maybe he already talked about it and I just was busy typing in comments and I didn't realize it? Because why is he not? What if I already missed it and we're just watching this for no reason?
Led a motion to
is this the union
official thing loves that I'm involved investigating this case, and there's some things that I brought public that I think are important, and I get that not everybody loves that's being exposed, but
let's talk about that, because I covered you. Yeah. Well, I covered your, you've done some really good work in finding stuff in this case. And I think it was the day that you were able to gain entry legally to the house that David was living in when Celeste disappeared, and you know, her body's found in the car around the block. And you discovered a burn cage, a box with a burn cage in it, but it was unused, right? And some other artifacts that just seemed like, how are those things not seized when the police raided that house and took whatever evidence they needed?
Yeah. I mean, the burn cage, there was a chainsaw, which is not needed at that house. The house came with gardeners and all that. It just things that, especially put even by themselves, is suspicious enough. But together, you go, knowing that there's a deceased girl that's been sitting in that Tesla is like, really wonder what the plans were. Was it to essentially incinerate her, you know, and get rid of her ashes? And then I was like, I just couldn't believe that David or any of those people like have it in them to pull her apart, to just rip her apart. And then, because I didn't know at that time until this finally came out, and it just broke my heart when I found out she'd really been dismembered. I mean, 14 years old, and they spent time hacking her apart. And
well, we don't know who did.
What's that? Just understand this, and they some old, and I don't care if it was, you know, somebody she knew, or if it was some older person or some random person she'd never met, whoever did it. I mean, just the fact that they took this little 14-year-old girl and they hacked her apart. I don't understand this, and they
No, but I've got to hit on the neighbors across the street had a pretty significant surveillance system. They had video cameras trained right on the front entrance of David's home. And tell me, really summarize here, what happened when the detectives showed up at the home across the street to say, do you have any video?
Yeah, so I actually was given video of the detectives arriving at that house. It's so large estate, and it's not the people's primary estate, and they weren't there at the time. They have estate managers, and so when the detectives buzzed the gate, they said, we're investigating a homicide, and we want to know if your surveillance cameras here, if you can, you know, check them. And they said, well, we're talking to you from the other house right now. We don't, but we're happy to have our IT guy look through and whatnot. And they gave dates that they wanted and stuff. And I'm sorry, they didn't give dates at that time, but there was like one round of, I think, text messages that went back and forth. And the people said, you know, they had a scheduled upgrade on like September 25th to upgrade their entire system. And the detectives never came back. And there was 4 terabyte drive from one camera that faces like the front door of the house that, you know, David was renting, and that got taken out during the upgrade. And it's a specialized security system that's kind of used for like in like corporate manufacturing environments where it's like trade secret stuff. So the drives are made that if you take them out of the security system, you can never view it again. And that's so if like a spy from another company it's coming in and steal the hard drive, they can never view the footage. You can only
have to upload it before you remove
so if you're going
it.
to ever take the drive out of the console, you have to upload it. Well, they didn't do that, and they didn't have any reason to do that. But all that footage is gone, and that's.
I mean, well, here, let's be really clear about this. The
What do you mean they didn't have no reason to do that? Yes, they did. Why wouldn't they upload? They just ruined it. So I have a question. Is he saying that if they took it, were they not aware of that system? That once they take it, you can't upload it? Because what's the point of taking it if it's not viewable after they take it? That makes no sense. So if maybe I'm not understanding this right. But if he's saying they took it, then they probably thought they could view it and they screwed up. Somebody should have been there to help be like, hey, if you take this, it's not viewable. Or am I misunderstanding this? Because obviously they wanted it if they freaking uprooted it and took it. They just ruined it though. And they have every right to want it. What the heck you talking about? Of course. Why wouldn't they want that? That's where the car was the car was there. They had her body. Why the heck wouldn't they want the camera? Am I not understanding this right? Because I am freaking upset right now. This is making me mad. What the heck? That makes no sense. why? Yeah, they would want it, SF, and if they took it, then they just screwed up. Because why didn't somebody freaking inform them what kind of system what that was? Or are you saying they just took it, or is he saying they didn't take it? I thought originally he said they didn't take it, but now didn't he say they took it and now it's not viewable? So are you guys following me? So obviously they took it to view it and they screwed up. Why take it if they didn't want to look at it? Or am I like missing something? This is so stupid. And then why he said they have no reason to want to take it. They have every reason to want to take it. That holds the key to who went out whenever they brought the body out to the car and who went to the car and who had access to the car. That is the most single-handedly the most important piece of evidence. What are you freaking talking about? That they have no reason to take it. I am getting upset because that makes absolutely no sense. Oh, I can't handle it.
Police show up at their door at the gate. They're not there. The police say, we want your video. They say, sure thing, we want to help. And the police never come back. Yeah. So they inform the police, we've got a scheduled upgrade coming, just so you know. Yeah. And the police didn't do anything about it. Like, this is a huge failing that the police didn't show back up to get what I would argue is like one of the most critical pieces of evidence, a camera pointing right at David's house where you might see Celeste going in and never coming back out.
Yes. And
so, okay, so maybe I misunderstood it. He's just making it confusing how he's wording this. So I'm glad she reiterated it because I think she did that because she's smart. She knows how to, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't making any sense. Okay. So, because he had said they took it and then is he saying that they went and they asked for it. They never came back. So then they went and had the system re-upgrade and they lost it all? Is that what he's saying? But then why would the owner do that knowing, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what he's saying. But earlier he did say that they, I don't know. I'm kind of getting mad. Either way, LAPD sucks. Both ways, whatever way he's trying to say it, if LAPD was supposed to come back and they didn't, and then they got their system re-upgraded and they lost it all, I'm freaking super mad at LAPD. But I'm also mad at the owner of that house because why wouldn't he preserve that before if he was aware that if this is one of the ways that maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but the other way makes less sense. So if he's saying they lost it all because the system upgraded, the owner of the house knowing that potentially the police wanted it, they never came back. Yeah, but potentially that they had some evidence. Why would they, knowing that once they upgrade it, they're going to lose it all if they take it out? Why would they take it out without uploading it? The other option, which he said earlier, which I think, because he had said how they went in and grabbed some of this stuff, the recording stuff. Remember he had said that, but then there was other stuff that they didn't. They got one of the systems, but not the other or something like that. So if that's not what you're saying, the second option is he's saying that when the cops went, grabbed all the equipment, that they lost it because they grabbed it and then it, you know what I'm saying? But then what would they have came back to get? This isn't making sense. Am I the only one that there's two things that make no sense? Maybe they're just not explaining it right because there's two different systems, it sounds like, right? So which system were they going to come back for that they never came back for? Which system did they take? Right? Because remember he said they took some system, right? I don't know. This is making no sense.
You know, it's a failing no matter what they should have gone in. But in my mind, I was thinking, well, they probably have video from the Tesla itself, and they probably have where it was parked on Bluebird. But now, listen, that can't be the case. Like, here we are 7 months later, and they don't have a case. So it's like, oh, that really was critically important. And even, the Tesla itself, I don't believe had, I'll tell you, I found the Tesla last week. I thought they'd taken it and crushed it. It's parked at a body repair place, a Tesla body repair place. I don't know if they're going to flip this thing and somebody's going to buy it and not know that there's a girl in the front.
Hold it. Whoa. It's a crime scene. What?
Yeah.
It's not in evidence. It's not being held.
Oh
It's
no,
not in
they only
a
kept
police
it
impound lot.
Oh no, they kept it for 2 days, and they turned it back to the impound yard. And then what happened was it was never picked up. So it went up. I've been watching it online the whole time. It went up for auction. It was listed for public auction. The night at 10 o'clock the night before it was being auctioned, it all of a sudden came off the auction roster because I was going to inspect it. And I called the place and they said somebody showed up with a cashier's check and with power of attorney paperwork. And then I looked in DMV, of DMV access, and somebody transferred it into their name from David's. And I was like, oh, there's something shady going on here. And I happened to be in a part of town the other day, and I drive by, and I'm like, that's the Tesla with all and it still had the Texas plate and everything. So it's at a body shop.
So wait, so the day before auction, somebody shows up with a cashier's check.
Yeah, and power of attorney.
And power of attorney, and they purchase from the impound lot the Tesla.
Yep.
You don't know who it is. There's no record of that.
I know who it is. I just can't say because of DMV access. But it's not a name that I knew before, but I know who it is now. Yeah.
And then how do you trace it to where it is now?
I just ran across it. I was on another case, and I was driving down the road, and it was literally parked on the side of the road in front of a body shop. And it's, it has all these like stickers on the back of wings.
It's easy to find.
And
yes.
Then at the time, now I've driven by it a few times now, checked it out, but it has the Texas plates off it now. But it has the exact. It's the car. They've washed it since, but they haven't done anything else. And so I don't know. It's the whole thing's so screwed. It's like they don't even care. They're like, evidence. I don't know. Yeah. So they had it for 2 days.
But it's at this other body repair place that anybody could go and ask what's going on with that car. I want to buy it.
It is because I know they'll be hammered with it. But I've been keeping an eye on it. But I don't. I just don't understand. It's like everything is just kind of like, I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm so frustrated. Because you know what? Start with the sex crimes if you have to. There are them. I announced like 2 weeks ago, I have 2 other minors that have come to me. One of them has given me tons of photo evidence. Her and him together. She's minor. There's no doubt.
Wait, which her?
But now he's going on to that. But I just remember some stuff as I'm thinking about that whole instance. So now I'm remembering some of the specifics. So remember, SF said, I was trying to think about what he said about the recording it. And I don't remember the exact words he used, but remember in the first interviews where he's talking about the recording equipment, it was more like this. He said that they took the equipment, one of the equipments, but he wasn't sure. Remember this. He wasn't sure if David used it though. If they had turned it on and used the security footage, the surveillance. Remember? Did he not say that? He said, but we're not sure they took it, but we're not sure if David even used it because you have to it's all up to basically the renter if they want to use it and activate it or whatever he said. And they weren't sure because the cops took it. Does anybody not remember him saying that? The equipment, the video equipment, right? But then, no, that's all. I don't think there was any other equipment because remember, that's why he didn't have footage of the house because the cops took it, but he doesn't know if there was anything on it. But now he's saying that they came and they wanted the footage, but they never came back for it. I'm telling you guys, go back. Did I not tell you this was going to happen with these? It's just like things change and one thing is said and all of a sudden the next thing it's like it never happened. No, that was never said. And then all of a sudden it's like gaslighting. I'm sorry. It's gaslighting. And go back to my previous lives and I warned you of this. I warned you of it and it's starting to make me really mad because I was hoping that it wasn't going to be that way with this one, but I don't even want to watch no, this is the part that I wanted you guys to watch, so I got to. But
Celeste or this other minor who's talking to you?
Another minor, but at the same time, on the day that Celeste
called this one out. I called this out.
The last time on February 15th, she's at one spot, and this other minor that he's involved with is 2 blocks away at a different place, and he's going back and forth. And I've got pictures of it.
Meaning are you saying the she was Celeste and this other minor?
No, well, I'm saying, Celeste
be a little bit more clear there. I'm not clear.
Sure.
On that particular day, what happened?
I've had 2 minors separately come to me. One of them has tons of photo evidence, including from February 14th on Valentine's Day,
Okay.
and them together. I mean, romantically together. And she's
The
underage.
minor and David.
Yes, minor and
Okay.
David together in the rental house that my client owns. So, and there's no disputing it. It's not like you only see part of them. They're together, taking pictures into a mirror, and so they're together. And so I encourage
And
her to go to law enforcement.
Celeste is not in those pictures, to
Celeste's
be clear.
not in those pictures, and
Okay.
and Celeste, and this girl doesn't know Celeste, and I mean, she knows who she is now, but she didn't know her. And I encouraged her to go to law enforcement. She was scared to death. She's like, I don't know if they could be, but she went and she's told them, and she showed them pictures, and they're not prosecuting a sex crime. So it seems to be like it's murder or nothing. And at some point we gotta protect these underage girls.
So this young minor, did she say that she'd had sexual relations with David and she's underage?
Well, absolutely.
And she told the police that, and they're not interested?
And yes, and she told the police that. I'm just saying there's been no movement on it at all, and they haven't followed up.
They haven't followed up with her.
Well, besides saying, yeah, you send us your pictures and stuff like that, there hasn't been like extensive sit down interview with her. I'll put it that way. She's willing to. She finally got the courage up to be like, okay, I'll do the right. I'll do what I need to do, and it doesn't seem to be a priority, or even doesn't even seem to,
Steve, NBC Los Angeles has a report. They say that law enforcement sources have told them that they believe Celeste was killed in the spring of 2025 and that there may be more than one person involved. Do you know anything about that?
Not directly from law enforcement, but I will say, the last picture that we have of Celeste alive is January 2nd, 2025. And we felt that something may have happened from there to spring, and also coupled with the fact of the neighbor having this really bad odor in their yard, where they had buried it, where the Tesla would park right next to them. They had buried a dog there, and they thought it was the dog, but it was kind of a wide
Wait, stay there for a second. This is the neighbor directly across the street with the cameras that are pointing right, and the police didn't show up to get those cameras in that video. And they had buried the dog in their backyard and thought the smell was so terrible that they hadn't buried the dog deep enough.
That's right.
And when the Tesla left, suddenly the odor went away and they realized it wasn't the dog.
That's
Same
right.
neighbors.
That's right. And they said when we got to a certain temperature, warm enough, that the smell would overwhelm the backyard. And so we're not, January, it seemed like then they leased a new, David's manager leased a new Tesla in February, like February 2nd, I believe. So we were thinking about there, but I will say that I have talked to somebody that knows Celeste's family and it has some information that they believe around April 20th may have been a target date. So I'm not disputing that reporting. I just don't know. But I will say, I think that there's certain people that believe around that April 15th to April 20th is the date. It could be anywhere from January to, as far as I know, January to end of April.
But they have their ideas based on witnesses, last reportings of anybody who knew her, that kind of thing. And then this car that smelled and the report from the neighbor.
I was pretty sure we're talking January, February, but I do have a lot of faith in this witness and people directly tied to her they're talking to that she was seen April 20th. And after that went completely dark. So I could see April 20th. I just don't know the exact date, but I think that could be April 20th, end of April could be in play, but it's just hard to say without the details.
That's a new one. Maybe that's been coming out since, because I have not actually been researching this case. I mean, as you can see, I took a break from this case for, I'd say the last month, maybe a whole month more. I kind of took a break when there wasn't really any updates. And, I was kind of took a break from like digging into, whatchamacallit, Discord and all the other stuff you're digging into because we don't have anything else, Reddit, whatever. So I don't know unless that was recent, that came out recently. I didn't, that's the first I heard that so there's a witness that he just said that he's talked to that has seen her, that actually saw Celeste April 20th. So he thinks that she was alive up until April 20th, if that is a legit source, you know? Interesting. No, I haven't seen that. Have you guys heard that? Huh. And he said that it's somebody he trusts, that it's not somebody just like making up something. Um, I was that wasn't an exact quote of what he said. That was a summary or not summary. What is the word for it? Where it's not exactly what they say. I was just kind of taking what he said and put it into my own words. Um, Interesting. So there you go. At least it had to be after April 20th. I seriously think, I don't know. I was always like up in the air between dates, but after this whole arrest and this past week or so, I've been starting to think, or maybe even longer, I've been starting to kind of like think, go this way for the last few months, kind of like, because at first I used to think, no, she wasn't alive. Like springtime, I would think I was leaning more towards, and then people kind of considering January, but leaning more towards spring, I would say, if I had to pick. But the last month, I've been slowly kind of heading towards where I think it's going to be later than what we thought. And then after the arrest, now I'm even more like, after this whole thing came out, I don't know why I'm thinking like this isn't going to end up how we've been thinking. Like I almost think it's going to be later than what everybody suspects. Well, I know there's some of people that do suspect that, but I think it's going to be more like late July, or I don't know. I mean, let me put that on record. I'm leaning more towards now, not that long before his tour, he started his tour. I'm saying July, sometime the end of July. I don't know why. I'm going more towards that, and I wasn't thinking that for the longest time, but let's see. I could be totally wrong. But at least now, if his source is legit, he's saying it had to be after April 20th because they had seen her. I mean, she was, you know, right? Did I understand him right from by saying that? But let's see. I just feel like it's just gonna be different than what everybody's been saying. It's like, and not that law enforcement's probably known this whole time. They've probably had a way better timeline than us. So they're probably sitting back here and everybody say January. They're probably like, what are they talking about? If maybe not though. If they're, let's say it is July, and they've probably been aware of more of a better timeline than we probably know. So it'll be interesting. Okay. Yeah, it would be. But I'm just gonna keep, and then it just never made sense. I kept wondering, like, why would the brother keep saying like July, and like how whatever he said, it was like it ended up being sometime in July when he was saying that they last heard from her. And I just kept, it was just, I still think, no, I don't know why he's saying that. Like, where's he getting that from? Why? Like, I don't understand. And it kind of like upset me because it's like, why is he saying that when it was the springtime? But now I think maybe it's because maybe it was. And I think the reason why so many people are thinking way before is because we keep hearing so badly decomposed, couldn't get couldn't get cause of death because badly decomposed. And then our mind always goes, badly decomposed, that would be length of time, right? But maybe there's other factors that came in, are playing at this badly decomposed part. And maybe it's not going to be what we think. I don't know. We'll see. What are you saying? Oh my God, Adele? Why are you saying, oh my God? Wait, are you saying it because, hold on, would that be, hold on. Whoa, yeah, April 20th is going to be when they present it. Is that why are you saying, oh my God? I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. If that's all these coincidences, if that's the case, let's say April 20th is the day that it happened. April 20th is when he's going to be probably charged. I mean, they're going to present it, so hopefully it'll go good and they'll charge him. And then maybe not formally charge him, but that'll be when they present it, and it'll go into the file if hopefully if it gets accepted. And then this whole thing on Coachella that Celeste is a liar, which is, I think it has nothing to do with this case, but it's just so weird that it happened now. That's interesting. But there has been another case this has happened. Barry Morphew, when he got arrested, it was, if I'm remembering right, happened Mother's Day, and then he got arrested. Was a year? How many years after? I think a year or whatever on Mother's Day. Remember, something like that. Either arrested or I think it was the arrest, and that landed on the same day. If I'm remembering right. If I'm wrong, say it. But I think there was something. I think it was the arrest. Do you guys remember that? Because I thought that was interesting. Maybe it was like not the exact, I think it was pretty close. Maybe it was like a day or two, but it was around like that weekend of Mother's Day, and then Mother's Day is when it happened or something like that, right? Oh, is it? They are saying that possibly on the suspected anniversary of death, he will be questioned or such. No, that's what I'm saying, silly. Story times. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. I'm saying, like, if that's the case, but we don't know that that is when she died. But I mean, if for some reason that's her last known, anybody seen her alive, and let's say that's when they think she died, they might not. Here's the thing: they might not even be able to know 100% the exact day she died. They might try. They're gonna have to present a narrative, so they might pick a day or pick a weekend or pick a week or something, because they need to make it as specific as they can, not to be too specific where if it ruins the case, but they do want as specific as they can to tell a story to present to the jury, because the story needs to be, you know what I'm saying, needs to follow some kind of narrative. So they have to kind of have some kind of, so I don't even know if they'll know 100% accuracy the exact day. They may, but we just don't know what they have. Do they have, it's like, is it going to be all circumstantial, or it is going to be kind of a guess? Or do they have some kind of video evidence from the Tesla, which I don't think they do, because I think that would have arrested them really quick and charged them already. But let's say, hopeful, they have some kind of video evidence that could kind of match up. Maybe not exactly, but it shows, like, I think this is the day because it did this or something, maybe. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, I never even thought about that. I don't know. All right. All right, so here is this other thing. Because I am gonna end it, but I just want to play one more thing. So, what's his name? I want to get his name correct, because he sends me a lot of stuff, and there's some interesting things. I want to make sure I quote his name right. I feel like I'll get it wrong. You guys have probably have seen him, because I think he's been in chat. I don't know. Are you in chat, Master Death Hancock? Are you in chat now? Because I'm gonna give you credit for this. Obviously, you're the one that sent it to me. But he does send me a lot of things. He sees like different symbolism and things and pictures and art and videos and stuff. Some of the things I see, most things I don't, just because I'm not saying it's not there, but like he tries to describe it in words, and there's some things that's so minute, like I can't, like I almost need somebody there to like point exactly where it's at. So a lot of things I'm not seeing, and which I'm not saying it's not there, but I just can't visually see some of this stuff. Or some of the concepts or whatever. But there's this one that kind of like, maybe there's something to this. But I can't. I want to ask you if you're in chat, and I want to ask the chat, because I'm not sure if what I'm seeing, if I'm seeing it correct. But there's this video that he sent me that he shows. Hold on, where's it at? I just exited out. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. I got too many pages up. Okay. So, Let me bring up my files. Are you here? You're not here. Okay. Well, shout out. Maybe you'll watch this after. So this video right here, actually, I'm going to put it on my editor so in case if we need to zoom in or anything. Where is that? No, this one right here. Okay. So this is supposed to be September 1st because he gets back from that Kelly Uchis live or concert. And if I'm remembering right, I feel like does he not wear that same shirt where it lines up that this was that day when he performed with hold on, let me look at his Kali Uchis, or however you freaking say that name, performance. Hold on, let me just bring it up real quick and make sure. I'm pretty sure he's wearing that same outfit, is he not? If I'm remembering right. Hold on, David show. Come on, where is that? Where he's performing? Shoot, I need to find that concert where he's performing with her. Let me see if there's a part I didn't miss.
You currently at
Oh my God, quit. All right, hold on, guys. I want to see if, yes, okay. So on this one right here, so let's just go back. I'm going to show you 2 videos. So you see, why does it say 9/7? Hold on, let me make sure, because I used to know all these dates, but I haven't looked into this forever and I haven't refreshed. Let me just make sure I got the dates right on everything before. Kelly Uchis. I think it's, yeah, okay. Yeah, so you see somebody on David's fan. You see he's wearing that pink shirt. It's September 1st is when this is dated. But the reason I want to double check, because I'm not sure if it was August 31st. It was at the actual concert. It was August 31st, or was it September 1st? I think it's August. I got over by myself. Hold on. Just give me 1 minute. But you see he's wearing that pink shirt. He's wearing the same outfit. Remember, he took that private plane because I forget. He ends up having to take that plane. He flies there. He flies back. And the reason I'm double checking, because I can't remember if that's actually that same night or is it the day after and he just slept in those clothes. Because that video he does is from September 1st. So I think the concert was August 31st the night, right? August 31st. Yeah. So he performs with her August 31st at the Moody Center. And he has that same outfit on, okay? So he flies home after that, because this is in Austin, Texas. So he takes that, remember, the private jet there, goes and performs, flies back that same night, right? So I'm guessing this is probably, here, I'll play this for the heck of it though. But remember, he flies, I don't remember how much of this is going to be his song.
She said, go for it. She's so gangster. Send it. So we're now doing a private jet for an obscene amount of money, but we're going to do it for Cali. For you, Cali, we do anything. Te quiero mucho, mi hermana. Arriba, out.
So he's flying. It's got music, so he flies there. And obviously he posts this after. It wasn't at 9/7, but the concert was August 31st. He has that shirt on, that pink polo. Oh wait, hold on. Let's double check. Make sure that. Hold on, I want to see what that did. That say on that sign? That's what I was trying to. Just want to see something, or did it just not say? Just I always like to double confirm, extra confirm. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. But it says online August 31st, which makes sense. August 31st, and then he posts. Oh, where's the this? Okay. So I think this is probably that night, probably late at night, maybe the next day after midnight. It's the next day because he posted this on the 1st, I think. So, and I guess it doesn't matter all these dates. It kind of matters because we got a good time with this date. So this is August 1st. I think it's the night of August 31st, late night. I'm thinking at late at night. He gets home from the concert, the show, and he does his little prayer thing. So we could play this, and then I'll show you what he pointed out that I wanted to point out. Oh, that's why it's like, why is that? He didn't post that, but no, that's because I have this all in my editor. Okay. Here we go.
What's up, everybody? This is David here. We are back with another David Prayers video. I know it's been a minute. Just got back from
Okay. So
I'm performing at the Cali Uchis concert. Shout out to Cali Uchis.
So obviously we know he's recording this August 1st or late night, August 31st, September 1st. So the person pointed out this bag back here, this black bag, right? And this is where I'm a little bit confused here. Okay, so he points out this black bag, right? And he says, hold on. I guess I'm not confused, but I just want your opinion on something here. So he says this right here, let me zoom in here. Okay, right here. And he points out a white dot. So what do you think this is right here? And the reason I ask is because he shows this, he also sends this picture here. Let me show you. And it is kind of makes you like, huh, wait a minute. But I don't understand what that is. But look here. So he shows, and then he sends this and says he thinks this is the same bag because the white dot is the same. Okay. So this is what I need your help with here. Right here, the bag, this is what when they find Celeste. Okay. It does look like a black bag. I mean, it does look like one of those plastic type bags that it sounds like is what they found, cadaver bags, or I think one was like a more trash bag type plastic bag and a cadaver bag. These do look like black bags, but he points out, I think he's talking about, because he just words it like white dot. So I'm thinking, is he talking about this little thing or this? But then if I would first look at this, I think, is that like a bra or a piece of clothes? I don't know. But then he says it matches the white dot here, which I'm thinking he's talking about this. But what is, I mean, do you think that matches? Is there something to this? But is that just a reflection of a light shining on that? Like what white dot do you imagine he's talking about that matches? I'm the only thing I can think of is this. And he's saying it matches this? Is there something to this, or is it just no? I don't know. I do believe this does kind of look like it could be something like this. But I mean, the timing is a little weird because so this is, well, no, this would be August or September 1st. So the reason why it's just like, like there would be some kind of recording of him putting it in, because she would be discovered 7 days after this. So I think there's some people that think when he was home at this time is when something happened, or is when he put her into the car. I've actually seen a theory on this way early on. A guy had done it way early on, thinking that this is when it all happened because he was home and he was in town. He was at the mansion. But the only reason I'm a little hesitant is because this doesn't necessarily mean this is when he killed her, but Master Deathcock Hancock, whatever his name is. See, I knew I would mess it up. He does think I think this is when something happens. Now, I think she's already gone at this time, but I am kind of wondering, could he have put her in there? Like, is there something to him being home and maybe him putting her in his car at the time? Or I still feel like she was already in the car end of July when they moved it. But do we know for sure? Is there cameras? Would SF have got camera footage? Because, like, think about this. I know you would think, just hear me out. You would think, okay, SF would have seen somebody else go to the car or drive the car or whatever. The car would have, whatever. But that would mean SF would have to go through 24 hours a day at looking through whatever neighbor's footage every second, every minute to see, you know what I'm saying? If anybody moves, is there a person? You know what I'm saying? Would he have went through every minute of all that footage to see, or would he have picked out certain dates that he knows, okay, he left this date, we're going to look. And you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, could it have happened and he not have known about it? Yeah, because that's 24 hours a day of footage. Would they have even have had all of it? Would he have got all of it? Yeah, it's possible. But no, I mean, I don't know. There might not be anything here, but I'm just curious. What do you make out of where he says the white dot is the same? I'm a little bit confused. Is he talking about this? This looks like this could be like some kind of clothing or something, but he said the white dot is the same on the bag. I don't know. I just thought because he's brought me a lot of stuff. He's emailed me a lot of stuff, and nothing's ever been enough where I was like, okay, this is worth talking about, because I couldn't see all the connections, or it just seemed like it was just, that's kind of reaching type thing. But there's been a few things where it's like, well, maybe I'll present it and see what people think. Now, I don't want to say it's all reaching. I'm not saying that. I do think, let me take that back. I do think David probably did use a lot of symbolism and death, and he could have put a lot of different things in his videos that could have symbolized something. You know what I'm saying? But to go through every piece and pick out like any tiny little thing over abundance of it, I don't know. It wasn't enough for me to make like that. I feel like to take the time to like try to put together a video, because yeah, even if some of the videos he may have had her in mind where he's thinking about her or talking about her, is it going to help us solve the case? Is it, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. So I'm not saying, I don't hope I didn't offend him. I don't mean to, I just am trying to be, more choosy on, what I go through, even though I do go through everything he sends and I look at it because it's like, okay, it's interesting, but this one just stuck out a little bit because I don't know. Do you think there's that? What is that bag? That does seem like a what kind of bag is that? Anything? I'm trying to. Okay. Yeah. So, but what do you make out of that? Okay, Adele. So, are you thinking though? Because remember, this is 7 days before they find her. Do you think that because he's in town, this is him at the mansion where the car was right near there, a block away. I mean, the car is Tesla with Celeste somewhere, either in it already or whatever. It was near there. He was in town. He was right there. Do you think he use the opportunity and that's when he put her in there, or are you thinking he just has a couple bags that look the same? My point is do you think that this bag is the actual bag that she's in? not necessarily at that time, but that he uses it. Now, this Hancock, I feel like from what I gather, what he's trying to say, that he doesn't believe she's in it right here in this bag, but he believes that that night he puts her in that bag and then takes her out to the car sometime. I don't know exactly the specifics of how he said what he thinks of how he got her out to the car without people seeing. I don't know, but I know he doesn't think she's in that bag right now, but he thinks that he uses that bag that night. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Cat's here. That's so. I don't know. Story time. Thank you. You're always so supportive, and you always make me feel like very good about like what I do, and that I don't know. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I really do, because I feel like I have been kind of like doubting myself in what I do and my ability to convey like important things or present them in a way where people can understand. I don't know. I feel like I just been slacking lately, so that does help me continue and make me feel like yeah, that I am capable. But I don't know, Starry. That's what I was trying to ask. Like I don't understand what that is. That like a what is that? Is that that's what I was trying to ask. Like, are you guys, is that like a mark on the bag that's like it's just a part of the bag? Are you guys thinking? Or I don't know. But that is, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what he's talking about. He says white dot that matches, but I don't know what I don't know. And it did, like I said, it compelled me enough because it's like, wait a minute, that does look like that could be like this run right here. That could be like something to that. And this, like I said, it would be 7 days before they found her. And he's in town. Let me think. When does he leave? How long does he have? Let me try to. I got to. Man, I used to know all this. His schedule. I really got that down, but now I forget. And that video I lost. I lost that video. I spent so much time on my editor and never freaking exported with all of his tour dates and where he went because I was never done with it. And it was a lot of silence where I was just showing stuff and there was no audio. So I never exported it because I felt like I was never done. I should have just did it. I'm so mad I lost that. Anyway, okay, so let me see what his schedule is. Cali Uchis. So 31st, he does that. And let me look at his tour. Hold on. Because I forget what he does after that. 2025 tour. Because let's see how long he had before he went back out. That's what I'm trying to see here. That was August 31st. No, that's not what I want. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, so 31st. Oh, he would have had. He would have had a whole. Okay, he would have had that night. He would have had the whole next day. The first, he was off. So he had the whole first. So remember, this is the first, but this is the night of the 31st. The show is the 31st, right? He flies home. I can't be for sure, but I'm guessing this is that night after he gets home. Late at night, right? Sometime after midnight, that night. That's what I'm thinking. Either that or early morning, but he's in the same clothes. So I'm guessing that's just that night after he gets home that night, late at night, right? So basically the night of the 31st going into the first. He would have off all that next day. And then he would go to Detroit the next day. Remember, his concerts aren't until the evening time. So he would have off all that next day. He probably left the second, who knows, flight, wherever his flight was. It wouldn't be like a really long flight to Michigan. I mean, I guess it could. I guess that would be 6, 7, 8. Nah, I don't know. But so yeah, maybe he probably would go in the morning. I don't know, unless if he did go the first. I don't know when he flew, but he would have off. He didn't have a show on the first. So could he have had time that next day to put her in the car? Yeah, absolutely. He would have a whole day to do that if he needed to. So, and he would have been in town. I don't know, unless if he flew out, sometime on the first, he could have, but he wouldn't have needed to. He wouldn't have needed to fly out till that night. He could have had all day. He could have had the whole day and night, depending if he just left early in the morning on the second. Let me see flights from LA to, where did he go? Detroit. 4 hours and 53 minutes would be the flight. So yeah, he could have went that morning. So he probably did just stay in LA the whole day on the first, and then in the morning sometime took the flight to Detroit, had the show at night. Yeah, he definitely could have. I don't know for sure when he flew out, but he didn't have a show on the first. Okay. So possible, Hancock, if you're listening. I mean, it's a good catch. It was enough where, like I said, it made me want to show everybody and see what they thought. So I don't know. What is this? I don't know why. Was that even mentioned and then no follow up on it at one point? What were you talking about? When was the Santa Barbara trip again? It, they don't give the exact date story times. They say springtime. Some springtime. I think. Did they actually say April, or did we all just insinuate April because they said springtime? I can't remember, but I know everybody in their head was thinking April. But why do I think they just said spring, if I'm remembering right? But sometime that spring, whether they said April or not. So yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I'm sure story times. I'm sure we'll hear more about it when we hear about the case. That'll possibility that could be in the probable cause if they do believe, he did something important to do with the case there, and they could prove he went there from the Tesla. That could be in the probable cause affidavit. It doesn't have to be. They don't lay out all their good stuff necessarily. They only give just enough to get a probable cause, like enough, I shouldn't say just enough. They want to make sure they get it, but they don't have to include every piece of evidence or anything, just enough where they know it's, solid enough where it gives them probable cause, and not give too much. I feel like from what I understand for probable cause, they don't give you everything, but I could see that being in there if it's important, and they may use that. So maybe we'll know about that more. Maybe we'll know about the exact time this Monday if we get the probable cause. But I'm trying to think, would they give us the exact dates and probable cause? I don't know. Sometimes they talk more generally in it, and sometimes they don't. I guess it's just what's needed. I hope it's a good long one where we get a lot of information, because I feel like that probable cause is probably going to be the last thing we get officially for a while until the trial. I could be wrong, but I feel like that might be one of the last good pieces of information we'll get on the case, at least for a while, in my opinion. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope you come and you're like, you were wrong, Zav. Look at all this information, because that means we will know. But I don't know. LA sucks. I just mean for information, they suck. I hope I'm wrong, though. But we should hopefully get the probable cause. I hope it's not one of those generic paragraph probable causes. I would hope not, because they want to make sure that they get that. It's like it's enough, so I hope I would say that that'd be risky to just have like a generic one. Anyway, all right. I think I'm going to end this. It did say spring. Okay, I thought so. I thought so. And then we all just in our head thought April. In reality, it could be May. I mean, springtime is not just April. Um, but most likely, I don't know. I mean, if it was May, they would use. I could see them using springtime too to describe May, though. To be honest, but I don't know. Like I said, first time I ever heard that April 20th source saying that she was basically what did they call that? Like proof of life, April 20th source, if that source is legit, and he thinks it is. He says because of credibility and who who that person's talked to through or something. So there's more than one person that makes him think that it's credible because of the other people I think that the source has talked to or something. And I forget how he worded that, but I think I know who it is that they're talking, or who, not the source, but who the other people are talking to, because I know who's talking to him now. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm gonna end this. Thank you for hanging. I'm gonna look at Zeke. Well, let me take this down. He's out. If you guys, if you're on the vertical, go to the horizontal, because it cuts off. So the vertical always cuts off if he's laying right there. It cuts. It's because it's like it's this thin thing and it doesn't show you as much. Let me see something. Hold on. Let me see something really quick. Hold on. Wait. Give me 1 minute. I want to see something. Just don't leave. I'm gonna mess with these settings because I want to try to do something really quick. Wait, that. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to pull this up. Give me 1 minute. I'm trying to figure out something. Let me edit this. Just give me a minute. I gotta add a camera. Add camera slot. Okay. He's so freaking cute. Yeah, that's not gonna work. His head is gonna be off it, regardless from the vertical. So yeah. Because if you're ever wondering, I know, like, if somebody's just watching the vertical, they're probably thinking, like, why is that camera, like, cut him off? Well, here's the thing. Like I was saying earlier, when you edit these setups, you only can edit it the way it looks on. Basically, you're editing it on the horizontal, and then it translates onto the vertical, but it doesn't do it exactly. So you do it on the horizontal. I can't explain it. Like, for it to sometimes look good on the vertical, you would have to have our pictures like overlapping on the horizontal. It's so weird. It doesn't match up right. So like when you move it on one side, the way it moves it on the horizontal is just stupid. It doesn't even make sense. So, but that's how it works. So, but this is actually because of the camera. The way that the camera, I don't know why, because you could see him. Why can't I just alter the camera over here, but it won't let you because the way the StreamYard is. So it always cuts it off. So it's like, why do you have the camera where it's like, but I can't get that one back far enough to get the way my room's set up to always have like him in there if he lays like that, because then it will cut off something over here if I change that one side. Does that make sense? And I can't get it far enough back. Because if I do it too far back, it'll get in his way where he'll definitely trip on it and it'll fall. And then the cord's only so long, and number 2 and number 3, then it'll make it too far away for the other stuff. So, but yeah, so if you ever like, I want to see what his head's cut off, come over to the horizontal and it should be a whole view. How cute is he? He's out. I wish he didn't want to. I don't like that rug. I don't want that rug here. We got new carpet. Like, we don't need that. That rug is like, it's like an old rug. I mean, it's not really dirty. I was using it. I use it to when I clean out my air thing when I have to transfer the water, which I haven't had to do in a while. But anyway, that was the rug for that. Then I'd roll it back up and put it in the closet. So I just wish, I wish he didn't like it. Like I don't have the heart to take it away. I had it out because I was taking apart the air conditioner, and he just, oh, he would. That's what he wanted to be on, right? So. And then it's like, if I take it away, it's like I don't have the heart to do it because he loves it so much. But I don't like it because I mean, we just got new carpet. That's just, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of an old rug, but he loves it. So and I got that bed, and before I had the rug out, he'd be comfy in the bed, and then the camera would be good. I could adjust the camera just to focus on the bed, and but I don't have the heart to now. He loves it. Would that be mean if I took it away? Be like, why you take it away? I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be mean. I mean, he has the bed. It just makes it harder for the camera setting. But it's like, what do you guys think? Put the bed on the rug? Yeah, I could, but then he'll probably move the the bed off of it. He loves that rug. He sleeps on the bed sometimes too, but like it seems like he's more so always on the rug. I'll keep it for him. I guess I want to wash it though, but I just don't also want, you know how like the rug, you guys can't see, but there's a window right kind of above it. It kind of goes into like maybe, I mean, it's like right in the corner, but it's kind of above it a little bit. And like the sun coming through. I just don't want it to, you know how over years, over time, with the when you have like light shining, sometimes it like discolors the carpet. I just don't want it to ruin the new carpet and stuff. Oh well. He loves it though. You guys can't tell, and he did this yesterday too. Why he does this. So it doesn't look as much like that, but his bed, if you look on it from the side, his bed, he scoots it, and this is what he did yesterday, even more. It was more yesterday because I actually moved the rug a little bit more up, but he sits on it where he makes the bed like kind of the bed, his butt's under the bed. And I know if you would see it at a different angle, you will see like the whole back of his butt is covered up by his bed the way that, so he scoots his butt where he's laying at the very end of that rug where he's a little bit under the end of the bed where his butt's under it. I wish you could see the angle because it, hold on. Wow, no, you can't. I was thinking you were hearing me the whole time. I was waiting for you guys to answer. Oh, shoot. So I'm over here talking sorry. Okay. So wait, there's a way I can make him full screen. Hold on, let me remember this. There we go. Now you can still hear me, right? Right? Hold on, let me see. Okay, you can still hear me when I do it that way. All right, I got to remember to do it that way instead of take me off screen. Look how cute that baby. My baby. My baby Zeke's. Oh, look at he jumped up. Are you ready for bed, Bubs? Are you ready for bed? You ready for beddy bye? You want to go to bed? Look at his little head. You going to bed? Bed. I love you. All right, let's go, Bubs. Let's go. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I gotta go. It's cuddle with my baby boy. Let me. Okay. All right, guys, have a good one. I'll try to go live tomorrow too. I gotta try to go live tomorrow and the next day. 3 days in a row. I have to do it. I'm gotta get back in the swing of things. I'm feeling better. I've been feeling better for a couple of days, but like I said, I've been actually researching and trying to get perfected and get a little bit better at files requests because I'm sick of getting denied. All those ones I made the last month, denied, denied, denied. So I want to increase. I don't want to waste my time like doing all the research and where to request and get denied, denied, denied. I have nothing to show for this time. So I was trying to learn tactics to get more approvals. So I've been researching. I've made, like I said, I've made some requests. I got one okay, like I got to write the check. Uh, and I got a system for finding cases. Um, so yeah, I'm kind of excited to keep working on that. Will you, so you guys will be interested in like body cams and like interviews on stuff that even if it's not a popular case, or are you guys gonna be, because it's like I feel like it's weird because it's like people want to hear about things just because if it's popular and everybody else is hearing about it, then it's more interesting. I know sometimes it's not that. There is some factors that make some cases more interesting, but sometimes I feel like there could be a case that's like, this is the same thing, but why is nobody want to hear about this? Is it's because everybody else is talking about one case, so it's like it's almost like, oh, because they're popular, that case is popular, everybody's talking about it, so it makes it more interesting to you, which is, I'm trying to break that because it's like, why? Just because everybody else is talking about it and thinking it's interesting when there's a million others that are just as interesting, but because it's not popular, you think it's not interesting. So I'm gonna be trying to bring things that, because I'm requesting cases that are unheard of, but they're still interesting. So hopefully, you guys will come watch if it's not like a high profile case. What's he doing? You eating the rug, Bubs? What are you doing? You smelling where you were laying? Was your butt smelling good? That's where your butt was. Does your butt stink? Dogs are so cute when he's just like, have you ever seen like, it's cute like, and like when he smells his foot or something. You see a video where the dog's like smelling their foot or doing something. Why are they so cute? Or they're chewing really loud. It's like biting their nails. Person biting the nails, it annoys me. That's why I know I gotta stop. It's disgusting. But like a dog biting their nails is so cute. A person chewing loud, depends. Sometimes it's ASMR, I get it. But in reality, most of the time it's kind of annoying. A dog chewing loud, it's like, oh, listen to him chew. Let's give him something crunchy in here. He's a Lassapoo. Lassapoo. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. He's a poodle Lhasa Apso mix. He's sitting right beside me. All right. Well, let me bring this up so I don't lose it. Hold on. Okay, bye, guys. Hold on a second, though. Huh. All right, bye, guys.